Section 31 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 31. When it was the 727th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the princess, after receiving the fruit from her sire, asked, 'Is the season of these fruits set in?' And they answered, 'Yes.' Thereupon she cried, 'Would we might make ready to take our pleasure in the flower garden?' 'O my lady,' they replied, 'thou sayest well, and by Allah, we also long for the garden.' So she inquired, 'How shall we do, seeing that every year it is none save my nurse who taketh us to walk in the garden, and who pointeth out to us the various trees and plants? And I have beaten her and forbidden her from me. Indeed, I repent me of what was done by me to her, for that, in any case, she is my nurse, and hath over me the right of fosterage. But here there is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great.' When her handmaids heard this, they all sprang up, and kissing the ground between her hands, exclaimed, 'Allah upon thee, O my lady, do thou pardon her, and bid her to the presence.' And quoth she, 'By Allah, I am resolved upon this. But which of you will go to her? For I have prepared her a splendid robe of honour.' Hereupon 2 damsels came forward, by name Bulbul and Siwad Alain, who were comely and graceful, and the principals among the princess's women, and her favourites. And they said, 'We will go to her, O king's daughter.' And she said, 'Do what seemeth good to you.' So they went to the house of the nurse, and knocked at the door, and entered. And she, recognizing the twain, received them with open arms and welcomed them. When they had sat a while with her, they said to her, 'O nurse, the princess pardoneth thee, and desireth to take thee back into favour.' She replied, 'This may never be, though I drink the cup of ruin. Hast thou forgotten how she put me to shame before those who love me, and those who hate me, when my clothes were dyed with my blood, and I well nigh died for stress of beating? And after this they dragged me forth by the feet, like a dead dog, and cast me without the door? So by Allah, I will never return to her, nor fill my eyes with her sight.' Quoth the 2 girls, 'Disappoint not our pains in coming to thee, nor send us away unsuccessful. Where is thy courtesy uswards? Think but who is it that cometh in to visit thee? Canst thou wish for any higher of standing than we with the king's daughter?' She replied, 'I take refuge with Allah. Well I wot that my station is less than yours. Were it not that the princess's favour exalted me above all her women, so that were I wroth with the greatest of them, she had died in her skin of fright.' They rejoined, 'All is as it was, and naught is in any wise changed. Indeed, 'tis better than before, for the princess humbleth herself to thee, and seeketh a reconciliation without intermediary.' Said the old woman, 'By Allah, were it not for your presence and intercession with me, I had never returned to her. No, not though she had commanded to slay me.' They thanked her for this, and she rose, and dressing herself, accompanied them to the palace. Now when the king's daughter saw her, she sprang to her feet in honour, and the old woman said, 'Allah, Allah! O king's daughter, say me, whose was the fault, mine or thine?' Hayat al-Nufus replied, 'The fault was mine, and 'tis thine to pardon and forgive.' By Allah, O my nurse, thy rank is high with me, and thou hast over me the right of fosterage. But thou knowest that Allah, extolled and exalted be he, hath allotted to his creatures 4 things: disposition, life, daily bread, and death. Nor is it in man's power to avert that which is decreed. Verily, I was beside myself, and could not recover my senses. But, O my nurse, I repent of what deed I did. With this, the crone's anger ceased from her, and she rose and kissed the ground before the princess, who called for a costly robe of honour and threw it over her, whereat she rejoiced with exceeding joy in the presence of the princess's slaves and women. When all ended thus happily, Hayat al-Nufus said to the old woman, "O my nurse, how go the fruits and growths of our garth?" And she replied, "O my lady, I see excellent fruits in the town, but I will inquire of this matter and return thee an answer this very day." Then she withdrew, honoured with all honour, and betook herself to Ardashir, who received her with open arms and embraced her and rejoiced in her coming, for that he had expected her long and longingly. She told him all that had passed between herself and the princess, and how her mistress was minded to go down to the garden on such a day. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 728th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old woman betook herself to the prince, and told him all that had passed between herself and the Princess Hayat al-Nufus, and how her mistress was minded to go down into the garden on such a day, and said to him, 'Hast thou done as I bade thee with the warder of the garden, and hast thou made him taste of thy bounties?' He replied, 'Yes, and the oldster is become my good friend. My way is his way, and he would well I had need of him.' Then he told her all that had happened, and of the dream paintings which the Wazir had caused to be limned in the pavilion, especially of the fowler, the net, and the falcon, whereat she joyed with great joy and said, 'Allah upon thee, do thou set thy minister midmost thy heart, for this that he hath done pointeth to the keenness of his wit, and he hath helped thee to the winning thy wish. So rise forthright, O my son, and go to the hammam bath, and don thy daintiest dress, wherein may be our success. Then fare thou to the gardener, and make shift to pass the night in the garden. For though he should give the earth full of gold, none may win to pass into it whilst the king's daughter is therein. When thou hast entered, hide thee where no eye may espy thee, and keep concealed till thou hear me cry, O thou whose boons are hidden, save us from that we fear. Then come forth from thine ambush, and walk among the trees, and show thy beauty and loveliness which put the moons to shame, to the intent that Princess Hayat al-Nufus may see thee, and that her heart and soul may be filled with love of thee. So shalt thou attain to thy wish, and thy grief be gone." "To hear is to obey," replied the young prince, and gave her a purse of 1,000 dinars, which she took and went away. Thereupon Ardashir fared straight for the bath and washed, after which he arrayed himself in the richest of robes of the apparel of the kings of the Chosroes, and girt his middle with a girdle, wherein were conjoined all manner precious stones, and donned a turban inwoven with red gold, and purfled with pearls and gems. His cheeks shone rosy red, and his lips were scarlet. His eyelids, like the gazelle's, wantoned, like a wine-struck white in his gait he swayed. Beauty and loveliness garbed him, and his shape shamed the bowing of the bow. Then he put in his pocket a purse containing 1,000 dinars, and repairing to the flower garden, knocked at the door. The gardener opened to him, and rejoicing with great joy, salaamed to him in most worshipful fashion. Then, observing that his face was overcast, he asked him how he did. The king's son answered, "Know, O elder, that I am dear to my father, and he never laid his hand on me till this day, when words arose between us, and he abused me, and smote me on the face, and struck me with his staff, and drave me away. Now I have no friend to turn to, and I fear the perfidy of fortune, for thou knowest that the wrath of parents is no light thing. Wherefore I come to thee, O uncle, seeing that to my father thou art known, and I desire of thy favour that thou suffer me abide in the garden till the end of the day, or pass the night there, till Allah grant good understanding between myself and my sire." When the old man heard these words, he was concerned anent what had occurred, and said, "O my lord, dost thou give me leave to go to thy sire, and be the means of reconciliation between thee and him?" Replied Ardashir, "O uncle, thou must know that my father is of impatient nature and irascible. So an thou proffer him reconciliation in his heat of temper, he will make thee no answer. But when a day or two shall have passed, his heat will soften. Then go thou in to him, and thereupon he will relent." "Hearkening and obedience," quoth the gardener. "But, O my lord, do thou come with me to my house, where thou shalt night with my children and my family, and none shall reproach this to us." Quoth Ardashir, "O uncle, I must be alone when I am angry." The old man said, "It irketh me that thou shouldst lie solitary in the garden, when I have a house." But Ardashir said, "O uncle, I have an aim in this, that the trouble of my mind may be dispelled from me, and I know that in this lies the means of regaining his favour and softening his heart to me." Rejoined the gardener, "I will fetch thee a carpet to sleep on, and a coverlet wherewith to cover thee." And the prince said, "There is no harm in that, O uncle." So the keeper rose and opened the garden to him, and brought him the carpet and coverlet, knowing not that the king's daughter was minded to visit the garth. On this wise it fared with the prince, but as regards the nurse, she returned to the princess, and told her that the fruits were kindly ripe on the garden trees, whereupon she said, "O my nurse, go down with me tomorrow into the garden, that we may walk about in it, and take our pleasure, Inshallah. And send meanwhile to the gardener, to let him know what we purpose." So she sent to the gardener to say, "The princess will visit the parterre tomorrow, so leave neither water carriers nor tree tenders therein, nor let one of Allah's creatures enter the garth." When word came to him, he set his waterways and channels in order, and going to Ardashir said to him, "O my lord, the king's daughter is mistress of this garden, and I have only to crave thy pardon, for the place is thy place, and I live only in thy favours, except that my tongue is under thy feet. I must tell thee that the Princess Hayat al-Nufus hath a mind to visit it tomorrow at the first of the day, and hath bidden me to leave none therein who might look upon her. So I would have thee of thy favour go forth of the garden this day, for the Queen will abide only in it till the time of mid-afternoon prayer, and after it shall be at thy service for sennights and fortnights, months and years." Ardashir asked, "O elder, haply we have caused thee some mishap." And the other answered, "By Allah, O my lord, naught hath betided me from thee but honour." Rejoined the prince, "An it be so, nothing but all good shall befall thee through us, for I will hide in the garden, and none shall espy me till the king's daughter hath gone back to her palace." Said the gardener, "O my lord, an she espy the shadow of a man in the garden, or any of Allah's male creatures, she will strike off my head." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 729th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the gardener said to the prince, 'And the king's daughter espy the shadow of a man in her garden, she will strike off my head,' the youth replied, 'Have no fear, I will on no wise let any see me, But doubtless today thou lackest of spending money for thy family. Then he put his hand to his purse and pulled out 500 ducats, which he gave to him, saying, Take this gold, and lay it out on thy family, that thy heart may be at ease concerning them. When the sheikh looked upon the gold, his life seemed a light thing to him, and he suffered the prince to tarry where he was, charging him straitly not to show himself in the garden. Then he left him loitering about. Meanwhile, when the eunuchs went into the princess at break of day, she bade open the private wicket leading from the palace to the parterres, and donned a royal robe embroidered with pearls and jewels and gems, over a shift of fine silk purfled with rubies. Under the whole was that which the tongue refuseth to explain, whereat was confounded the brain, and whose love would embrave the craven strain. On her head she set a crown of red gold, inlaid with pearls and gems, and she tripped in patterns of cloth of gold, embroidered with fresh pearls, and adorned with all manner precious stones. Then she put her hand upon the old woman's shoulder, and commanded to go forth by the privy door. But the nurse looked at the garden, and seeing it full of eunuchs and handmaids walking about, eating the fruits and troubling the streams, and taking their ease of sport and pleasure in the water, said to the princess, O my lady, is this a garden or a madhouse? Quoth the princess, What meaneth thy speech, O nurse? And quoth the old woman, Verily, the garden is full of slave girls and eunuchs, eating of the fruits, and troubling the streams, and scaring the birds, and hindering us from taking our ease, and sporting and laughing and what not else. And thou hast no need of them. Wert thou going forth from thy palace into the highway, this would be fitting, as an honour and award to thee. But now, O my lady, thou goest forth of the wicket into the garden, where none of Almighty Allah's creatures may look on thee. Rejoined the princess, By Allah, O nurse mine, thou sayest sooth, but how shall we do? And the old woman said, Bid the eunuchs send them all away, and keep only 2 of the slave girls, that we may make merry with them. So she dismissed them all, with the exception of 2 of her handmaids, who were most in favour with her. But when the old woman saw that her heart was light, and that the season was pleasant to her, she said to her, Now we can enjoy ourselves aright, so up and let us take our pleasance in the garden. The princess put her hand upon her shoulder, and went out by the private door. The 2 waiting women walked in front, and she followed them, laughing at them, and swaying gracefully to and fro in her ample robes, while the nurse forewent her, showing her the trees, and feeding her with fruits. And so they fared on from place to place, till they came to the pavilion, which, when the king's daughter beheld and saw that it had been restored, she asked the old woman, O my nurse, seest thou yonder pavilion? It hath been repaired, and its walls whitened. She answered, By Allah, O my lady, I heard say that the keeper of the garden had taken stuffs of a company of merchants, and sold them and bought bricks with lime and plaster and stones, and so forth with the price. So I asked him what he had done with all this, and he said, I have repaired the pavilion which lay in ruins. Presently adding, And when the merchants sought their due of me, I said to them, Wait till the princess visit the garden and see the repairs, and they satisfy her. Then I will take of her what she is pleased to bestow on me, and pay you what is due. Quoth I, What moved thee to do this thing? And quoth he, I saw the pavilion in ruins, the coins thrown down, and the stucco peeled from the walls, and none had the grace to repair it. So I borrowed the coin on my own account, and restored the place. And I trust in the king's daughter to deal with me as befitteth her dignity. And I said, The princess is all goodness and generosity, and will no doubt requite thee. And he did all this, but in hopes of thy bounty. Replied the princess, By Allah, he hath dealt nobly in rebuilding it, and hath done the deed of generous men. Call me my purse-keeperess." The old woman accordingly fetched the purse-keeperess, whom the princess bade gave the gardener 2,000 dinars, whereupon the nurse sent to him, bidding him to the presence of the king's daughter. But when the messenger said to him, "Obey the queen's order," the gardener felt feeble, and trembling in every joint, said in himself, "Doubtless the princess hath seen the young man, and this day will be the most unlucky of days for me." So he went home and told his wife and children what had happened, and gave them his last charges and farewell to them, while they wept for and with him. Then he presented himself before the princess with a face the colour of turmeric, and ready to fall flat at full length. The old woman remarked his plight, and hastened to forestall him, saying, "O Sheikh, kiss the earth in thanksgiving to Almighty Allah, and be constant in prayer to him for the princess. I told her what thou didst in the matter of repairing the ruined pavilion, and she rejoiceth in this, and bestoweth on thee 2,000 dinars in requital of thy pains. So take them from the purse-keeperess, and kiss the earth before the king's daughter, and bless her, and wend thy way." Hearing these words, he took the gold, and kissed the ground before Hayat al-Nufus, calling down blessings on her. Then he returned to his house, and his family rejoiced in him, and blessed him who had been the prime cause of this business. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 32. When it was the 730th night, she pursued, "It has reached me, O auspicious king, that when the caretaker took the 2,000 ducats from the princess and returned to the house, all his family rejoiced in him, and blessed him who had been the prime cause of this business. Thus it fared with these. But as regards the old woman, she said to the princess, 'O my lady, this is indeed become a fine place. Never saw I a purer white than its plastering, nor properer than its painting. I wonder if he have also repaired it within. Else hath he made the outside white and left the inside black. Come, let us enter and inspect.' So they went in, the nurse preceding, and found the interior painted and gilded in the goodliest way. The princess looked right and left till she came to the upper end of the estrade, when she fixed her eyes upon the wall and gazed long and earnestly thereat, whereupon the old woman knew that her glance lighted upon the presentment of her dream, and took the 2 waiting women away with her, that they might not divert her mind. When the king's daughter had made an end of examining the painting, she turned to the old woman, wondering, and beating hand on hand, and said to her, "O my nurse, come, see a wondrous thing, which were it graven with needle gravers on the eye corners, would be a warner to whoso will be warned." She replied, "And what is that, O my lady?" When the princess rejoined, "Go, look at the upper end of the estrade, and tell me what thou seest there." So she went up and considered the dream drawing, and then she came down wondering, and said, "By Allah, O my lady, here is depicted the garden, and the fowler, and his net, and the birds, and all thou sawest in thy dream. And verily, nothing but urgent need withheld the male pigeon from returning to free his mate after he had fled her. For I see him in the talons of a bird of raven, which hath slaughtered him, and is drinking his blood, and rending his flesh, and eating it. And this, O my lady, caused his tarrying to return and rescue her from the net. But, O my mistress, the wonder is how thy dream came to be thus depicted. For, wert thou minded to set it forth in painture, thou hadst not availed to portray it. By Allah, this is a marvel which should be recorded in histories. Surely, O my lady, the angels appointed to attend upon the sons of Adam knew that the cock-pigeon was wronged of us, because we blamed him for deserting his mate. So they embraced his cause and made manifest his excuse. And now, for the first time, we see him in the hawk's pounces a dead bird. Quoth the princess, O my nurse, verily fate and fortune had cause against this bird, and we did him wrong. Quoth the nurse, O my mistress, foes shall meet before Allah the Most High. But, O my lady, verily, the truth hath been made manifest, and the male pigeon's excuse certified to us. For had the hawk not seized him and drunk his blood and rent his flesh, he had not held aloof from his mate, but had returned to her, and set her free from the net. But against death there is no recourse. Nor, O my lady, is there aught in the world more tenderly solicitous than the male for the female, among all creatures which Almighty Allah hath created. And especially 'tis thus with man, for he starveth himself to feed his wife, strippeth himself to clothe her, angereth his family to please her, and disobeyeth and denieth his parents to endow her. She knoweth his secrets, and concealeth them, and she cannot endure from him a single hour. An he be absent from her one night, her eyes sleep not, nor is there a dearer to her than he. She loveth him more than her parents, and they lie down to sleep in each other's arms, with his hand under her neck, and her hand under his neck. Even as saith the poet, I make my wrist her pillow, and I lay with her in litter. And I said to night be long, while the full moon showed glitter. Ah me, it was a night, Allah never made its like, whose first was sweetest sweet, and whose last bitterest bitter. Then he kisseth her, and she kisseth him. And I have heard of a certain king that, when his wife fell sick and died, he buried himself alive with her, submitting himself to death for the love of her and the strait companionship which was between them. Moreover, a certain king sickened and died, and when they were about to bury him, his wife said to her people, Let me bury myself alive with him, else will I slay myself, and my blood shall be on your hands. So when they saw that she would not be turned from this thing, they left her, and she cast herself into the grave with her dead husband, of the greatness of her love and tenderness for him. And the old woman ceased not to ply the princess with anecdotes of conjugal love between men and women, till there ceased that which was in her heart of hatred for the sex masculine. And when she felt that she had succeeded in renewing in her the natural inclination of woman to man, she said to her, "'Tis time to go and walk in the garden." So they fared forth from the pavilion and paced among the trees. Presently the prince chanced to turn, and his eyes fell on Hayat al-Nufus. And when he saw the symmetry of her shape, and the rosy clearness of her cheeks, and the blackness of her eyes, and her exceeding grace, and her passing loveliness, and her excelling beauty, and her prevailing elegance, and her abounding perfection, his reason was confounded, and he could not take his eyes off her. Passion annihilated his right judgment, and love overpassed all limits in him. His vitals were occupied with her service, and his heart was aflame with fire of rapine, so that he swooned away and fell to the ground. When he came to himself, she had passed from his sight, and was hidden from him among the trees. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 731st night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Prince Ardashir, who lay hid in the garden, saw the princess and her nurse walking among the trees, he swooned away for very love-longing. When he came to himself, Hayat al-Nufus had passed from his sight, and was hidden from him among the trees. So he sighed from his heart-core, and improvised these couplets. Whenas mine eyes behold her loveliness, my heart is torn with love's own ecstasy. I wake o'erthrown, cast down on face of earth, nor can the princess my sore torment see. She turned and ravished this sad love-thralled sprite. Mercy, by Allah, ruth, nay, sympathy. O Lord, afford me union, deign thou soothe my soul. Ere grave niche house this course of me, I'll kiss her 10 times 10 times, and times 10, for lover's wasted cheek the kisses be. The woman ceased not to lead the princess a pleasuring about the garden, till they reached the place where the prince lay ambushed, when, behold, she said, O thou whose bounties are hidden, vouchsafe us assurance from that we fear. The king's son, hearing the signal, left his lurking place, and, surprised by the summons, walked among the trees, swaying to and fro with a proud and graceful gait, and a shape that shamed the branches. His brow was crowned with pearly drops, and his cheeks red as the afterglow. Extolled be Allah the Almighty in that he hath created. When the king's daughter caught sight of him, she gazed a long while on him, and noticed his beauty and grace and loveliness, and his eyes that wantoned like the gazelle's, and his shape that outvied the branches of the myrobalan, wherefore her wits were confounded, and her soul captivated, and her heart transfixed with the arrows of his glances. Then she said to the old woman, O my nurse, whence came yonder handsome youth? And the nurse asked, Where is he, O my lady? There he is, answered Hayat al-Nufus, near hand among the trees. The old woman turned right and left, as if she knew not of his presence, and cried, And pray, who can have taught this youth the way into the garden? Quoth Hayat al-Nufus, Who shall give us news of the young man? Glory be to him who created men. But say me, dost thou know him, O my nurse? Quoth the old woman, O my lady, he is the young merchant who wrote to thee by me. The princess, and indeed she was drowned in the sea of her desire and the fire of her passion and love-longing, broke out, O my nurse, how goodly is this youth! Indeed, he is fair of favour. Methinks there is not on the face of the earth a goodlier than he. Now when the old woman was assured that the love of him had gotten possession of the princess, she said to her, Did I not tell thee, O my lady, that he was a comely youth with a burning favour? Replied Hayat al-Nufus, O my nurse, king's daughters know not the ways of the world, nor the manners of those that be therein. For they company with none, neither give nor take they. O my nurse, how shall I do to bring about a meeting and present myself to him? And what shall I say to him? And what will he say to me? Said the old woman, What device is left me? Indeed, we were confounded in this matter by thy behaviour. And the princess said, O my nurse, know thou that if any ever died of passion, I shall do so. And behold, I look for nothing but death on the spot by reason of the fire of my love-longing. When the old woman heard her words, and saw the transport of her desire for him, she answered, O my lady, now as for his coming to thee, there is no way therein, and indeed thou art excused from going to him because of thy tender age. But rise with me, and follow me. I will accost him, so shalt thou not be put to shame. And in the twinkling of an eye, affection shall ensue between you. The king's daughter cried, Go thou before me, for the decree of Allah may not be rejected. Accordingly, they went up to the place where Ardashir sat, as he were the full moon at its fullest. And the old woman said to him, See, O youth, who is present before thee. 'Tis the daughter of our king of the age, Hayat al-Nufus. Bethink thee of her rank, and appreciate the honour she doth thee in coming to thee, and rise out of respect to her, and stand before her. The prince sprang to his feet in an instant, and his eyes met her eyes, whereupon they both became as they were drunken without wine. Then the love of him and desire redoubled upon the princess, and she opened her arms, and he his, and they embraced. But love-longing and passion overcame them, and they swooned away and fell to the ground, and lay a long while without sense. The old woman, fearing scandalous exposure, carried them both into the pavilion, and sitting down at the doors, said to the 2 waiting women, Seize the occasion to take your pleasure in the garden, for the princess sleepeth. So they returned to their diversion. Presently the lovers revived from their swoon and found themselves in the pavilion, whereat quoth the prince, Allah upon thee, O princess of fair ones, is this vision or sleep illusion? Then the twain embraced and intoxicated themselves without wine, complaining to each other of the anguish of passion, and the prince improvised these couplets. Sun, riseth sheen from her brilliant brow, and her cheek shows the rosiest afterglow. And when both appear to the looker on, the skyline star ne'er for shame will show. And the levin flash from those smiling lips, morn breaks, and the rays dusk and gloom o'erthrow. And when with her graceful shape she sways, droops leafiest ban-tree for envy low. Me her sight suffices, naught crave I more, lord of men and morn, be her guard from foe. The full moon borrows a part of her charms, the sun would rival, but fails his roe. Whence could Sol aspire to that bending grace? Whence should Luna see such wit and such mind gifts know? Who shall blame me for being all love to her? Twixt accord and discord, I doomed to woe. 'Tis she won my heart with those forms that bend. What shall lover's heart from such charms defend? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 732nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the prince had made an end of his verses, the princess strained him to her bosom and kissed him on the mouth and between the eyes, whereupon his soul returned to him, and he fell to complaining to her that he had endured for stress of love and tyranny of longing and excess of transport and distraction, and all he had suffered for the hardness of her heart. Hearing these words, she kissed his hands and feet, and bared her head, whereupon the gloom gathered, and the full moons dawned therein. Then said she to him, O my beloved, and term of all my wishes, would the day of estrangement had never been, and Allah grant that it may never return between us. And they embraced and wept together, while she recited these couplets. O who shamest the moon and the sunny glow, thou whose slaughtering tyranny lays me low, with the sword of a look thou hast shorn my heart. How escape thy sword glance fatal of blow? Thus eke are thine eyebrows a bow that shot my bosom with shafts of fiercest low. From thy cheeks' rich crop cometh paradise. How then shall my heart the rich crop forego? Thy graceful shape is a blooming branch, and shall pluck the fruit who shall bear that bough. Perforce thou drawest me, robst my sleep. In thy love I strip me, and shameless show. Allah lends thee the rays of most righteous light. Draw the farthest near, and a tryst bestow. Then have ruth on the vitals thy love hath seared, and the heart that flies to thy side the moe. And when she ended her recitation, passion overcame her, and she was distraught for love, and wept copious tears, rain-like, streaming down. This burnt the prince's heart, and he in turn became troubled and distracted for love of her. So he drew nearer to her, and kissed her hands, and wept with sore weeping, and they ceased not from lover approaches and converse and versifying until the call to mid-afternoon prayer. Nor was there aught between them other than this. When they bethought them of parting, and she said to him, O light of mine eyes, and core of my heart, the time for severance has come between us twain. When shall we meet again? By Allah, replied he, and indeed her words shot him as with shafts, to mention of parting I am never fain. Then she went forth of the pavilion, and he turned, and saw her sighing sighs that would melt the rock, and weeping shower-like tears, whereupon he for love was sunken in the sea of desolation, and improvised these couplets. O my heart's desire, grows my misery from the stress of love, and what cure for me? By thy face like dawn when it lights the dark, and thy hair whose hue beareth night-tide's blee, and thy form like the branch which in grace inclines to Zephyr's breath glowing fain and free, by the glance of thine eyes, like the fawn's soft gaze, when she fused pursuer of high degree. And thy waist, down borne by the weight of hips, these so heavy, and that lacking gravity, by the wine of thy lip dew, the sweetest of drink, fresh water and musk in its purity. O gazelle of the tribe, ease my soul of grief, and grant me thy phantom in sleep to see. Now when she heard his verses in praise of her, she turned back to him, and embracing him, with a heart on fire for the anguish of severance, fire which naught save kisses and embraces might quench, cried, Soothe the byword saith, patience is for a lover, and not the lack thereof. There is no help for it, but I contrive a means for our reunion. Then she farewelled him, and fared forth, knowing not where she set her feet, for stress of her love. Nor did she stay her steps till she found herself in her own chamber. When she was gone, passion and love-longing redoubled upon the young prince, and the delight of sleep was forbidden him, and the princess in her turn tasted not food, and her patience failed, and she sickened for desire. As soon as dawned the day, she sent for the nurse, who came, and found her condition changed, and she cried, Question me not of my case, for all I suffer is due to thy handiwork. Where is the beloved of my heart? O my lady, when did he leave thee? Hath he been absent for thee more than this night? Can I endure absence from him an hour? Come, find some means to bring us together speedily, for my soul is like to flee my body. O my lady, have patience, till I contrive thee some subtle device, whereof none shall beware. By the great God, except thou bring him to me this very day, I will tell the king that thou hast corrupted me, and he will cut off thy head. I conjure thee by Allah, have patience with me, for this is a dangerous matter. And the nurse humbled herself to her, till she granted her 3 days' delay, saying, O my nurse, the 3 days shall be 3 years to me, and if the 4th day pass and thou bring him not, I will go about to slay thee. So the old woman left her, and returned to her lodging, where she abode till the morning of the 4th day, when she summoned the tirewomen of the town, and sought of them fine dyes and rouge for the painting of a virgin girl, and adorning, and they brought her cosmetics of the best. Then she sent for the prince, and opening her chest, brought out a bundle containing a suit of woman's apparel, worth 5,000 dinars, and a head-kerchief fringed with all manner gems. Then she said to him, O my son, hast thou a mind to foregather with Hayat al-Nufus? And he replied, Yes. So she took a pair of tweezers, and pulled out the hairs of his face, and penciled his eyes with kohl. Then she stripped him, and painted him with henna, from his nails to his shoulders, and from his insteps to his thighs, and tattooed him about the body, till he was like red roses upon alabaster slabs. After a little she washed him and dried him, and bringing out a shift and a pair of petticoat trousers, made him put them on. Then she clad him in the royal suit aforesaid, and binding the kerchief about his head, veiled him and taught him how to walk, saying, Advance thy left, and draw back thy right. He did her bidding, and forewent her, as he were a houri faring abroad from paradise. Then she said to him, Fortify thy heart, for thou art going to the king's palace, where there will without fail be guards and eunuchs at the gate. And if thou be startled at them, and show doubt or dread, they will suspect thee and examine thee, and we shall both get into grievous trouble, and haply lose our lives. Wherefore, an thou feel thyself unable to this, tell me. He answered, In very sooth this thing hath no terrors for me. So be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool and clear. Then she went out, preceding him, till the twain came to the palace gate, which was full of eunuchs. She turned and looked at him, as much as to say, Art thou troubled or no? And finding him all unchanged, went on. The chief eunuch glanced at the nurse, and knew her, but seeing a damsel following her, whose charms confoundeth the reason, he said in his mind, As for the old woman, she is the nurse. But as for the girl who is with her, there is none in our land resembleth her in favour, or approacheth her in fairness, save the Princess Hayat al-Nufus, who is secluded and never goes out. Would I knew how she came into the streets, and would heaven I wot whether or no 'twas by leave of the king." Then he rose to learn somewhat concerning her, and well nigh 30 castratos followed him, which, when the old woman saw, her reason fled for fear, and she said, "Verily, we are Allah's, and to him we shall return. Without recourse we are dead folk this time." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 33. When it was the 733rd night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old nurse saw the head of the eunuchry and his assistants making for her, she was in exceeding fear, and cried, There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily we are God's, and unto him we shall return. Without recourse we be dead folk this time." When the head eunuch heard her speak thus, fear gat hold upon him, by reason of that which he knew of the princess's violence, and that her father was ruled by her. And he said to himself, "Belike the king hath commanded the nurse to carry his daughter forth, upon some occasion of hers, whereof she would have none know. And if I oppose her, she will be wroth with me, and will say, This eunuch fellow stopped me, that he might pry into my affairs. So she will do her best to kill me, and I have no call to meddle in this matter." So saying, he turned back, and with him the 30 assistants who drove the people from the door of the palace. Whereupon the nurse entered and saluted the eunuchs with her head, whilst all the 30 stood to do her honour, and returned her salam. She led in the prince, and he ceased not following her from door to door, and the protector protected him, so that they passed all the guards, till they came to the 7th door. It was that of the great pavilion, wherein was the king's throne, and it communicated with the chambers of his women and the saloons of the harem, as well as with his daughter's pavilion. So the old woman halted and said, "Here we are, O my son, and glory be to him who hath brought us thus far in safety. But, O my son, we cannot foregather with the princess except by night, for night enveileth the fearful." He replied, "True, but what is to be done?" Quoth she, "Hide thee in this black hole," showing him behind the door a dark and deep cistern with a cover thereto. So he entered the cistern, and she went away and left him there till ended day, when she returned and carried him into the palace, till they came to the door of Hayat al-Nufus's apartment. The old woman knocked, and a little maid came out and said, "Who is at the door?" Said the nurse, "'Tis I." Whereupon the maid returned and craved permission of her lady, who said, "Open to her, and let her come in with any who may accompany her." So they entered, and the nurse, casting a glance around, perceived that the princess had made ready the sitting chamber, and ranged the lamps in row, and lighted candles of wax and chandeliers of gold and silver, and spread the divans and estrades with carpets and cushions. Moreover, she had set on trays of food and fruits and confections, and she had perfumed the place with musk and aloes wood and ambergris. She was seated among the lamps and the tapers, and the light of her face outshone the lustre of them all. When she saw the old woman, she said to her, "O nurse, where is the beloved of my heart?" And the other replied, "O my lady, I cannot find him, nor have mine eyes espied him. But I have brought thee his own sister, and here she is." Cried the princess, "Art thou gin mad? What need have I of his sister? Say me, an a man's head irk him, doth he bind up his hand?" The old woman answered, "No, by Allah, O my lady, but look on her, and if she pleases thee, let her be with thee." Then she uncovered the prince's face, whereupon Hayat al-Nufus knew him, and running to him, pressed him to her bosom, and he pressed her to his breast. Then they both fell down in a swoon, and lay without sense a long while. The old woman sprinkled rose water upon them until they came to themselves, when she kissed them on the mouth more than 1,000 times, and improvised these couplets. Sought me this heart's dear love at gloom of night. I rose in honour till he sat forthright, and said, "O aim of mine, O sole desire, in such night visit hast of guards no fright?" Replied he, "Yes, I feared much, but love robbed me of all my wits and reft my sprite." We clipped with kisses, and a while clung we, for here 'twas safe, nor feared we watchman wight. Then rose we parting without doubtful deed, and shook out skirts where none a stain could sight. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 734th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when her lover visited Hayat al-Nufus in her palace, the twain embraced, and she improvised some happy couplets beseeming the occasion. And when she had ended her extempore lines, she said, Is it indeed true that I see thee in my abode, and that thou art my cupmate and my familiar?" Then passion grew on her, and love was grievous to her, so that her reason was well nigh fled for joy, and she improvised these couplets. With all my soul I'll ransom him who came to me in gloom of night, whilst I had waited long to see his figure loom. And naught aroused me save his weeping voice of tender tone, and whispered I, "Fair fall thy foot, and welcome and well come." His cheek I kissed 1,000 times, and yet 1,000 more, then clipped and clung about his breast, enveiled in darkling room, and cried, "Now verily I've won the aim of every wish, so praise and prayers to Allah for this grace now best become." Then slept we even as we would the goodliest of nights, till morning came to end our night and light up earth with bloom. As soon as it was day, she made him enter a place in her apartment, unknown to any, and he abode there till nightfall, when she brought him out, and they sat in converse and carouse. Presently he said to her, "I wish to return to my own country, and tell my father what hath passed between us, that he may equip his wazir to demand thee in marriage of thy sire." She replied, "O my love, I fear, an thou return to thy country and kingdom, thou wilt be distracted from me and forget the love of me, or that thy father will not further thy wishes in this matter, and I shall die. Meseems the better rede were that thou abide with me, and in my hand grasp, I looking on thy face, and thou on mine, till I devise some plan whereby we may escape together some night and flee to thy country, for I have cut off my hopes from my own people, and I despair of them." He rejoined, "I hear and obey." And they fell again to their carousal and conversing. He tarried with her thus for some time till, one night, the wine was pleasant to them, and they lay not down nor did they sleep till break of day. Now it chanced that one of the kings sent her father a present, and among other things a necklace of union jewels, 29 grains, to whose price a king's treasures might not suffice. Quoth Abd al-Kadir, "This riviere beseemeth none but my daughter Hayat al-Nufus." And turning to an eunuch, whose jaw teeth the princess had knocked out for reasons best known to herself, he called to him and said, "Carry the necklace to thy lady, and say to her, One of the kings hath sent thy father this as a present, and its price may not be paid with money. Put it on thy neck. The slave took the necklace, saying in himself, Allah Almighty make it the last thing she will put on in this world, for that she deprived me of the benefit of my grinder teeth. And repairing to the princess's apartment, found the door locked and the old woman asleep before the threshold. He shook her, and she awoke in a fright and asked, What dost thou want? To which he answered, The king hath sent me on an errand to his daughter. Quoth the nurse, The key is not here. Go away whilst I fetch it. But quoth he, I cannot go back to the king without having done his commandment. So she went away, as if to fetch the key, but fear overtook her, and she sought safety in flight. Then the eunuch awaited her a while. Then, finding she did not return, he feared that the king would be angry at his delay. So he rattled at the door and shook it, whereupon the bolt gave way and the leaf opened. He entered and passed on till he came to the 7th door, and walking into the princess's chamber, found the place splendidly furnished, and saw candles and flagons there. At this spectacle he marvelled, and going up close to the bed, which was curtained by a hanging of silk, embroidered with a network of jewels, drew back the curtain from before the princess, and saw her sleeping, with her arms about the neck of a young man handsomer than herself. Whereat he magnified Allah Almighty, who had created such a youth of vile water, and said, How goodly be this fashion for one who hateth men! How came she by this fellow? Methinks 'twas on his account that she knocked out my back teeth. Then he drew the curtain and made for the door. But the king's daughter awoke in a fright, and seeing the eunuch, whose name was Kafur, called to him. He made her no answer. So she came down from the bed on the estrade, and catching hold of his skirt, laid it on her head and kissed his feet, saying, Veil what Allah veileth. Quoth he, May Allah not veil thee, nor him who would veil thee. Thou didst knock out my grinders, and saidst to me, Let none make mention to me aught of men and their ways. So saying, he disengaged himself from her grasp, and running out, locked the door on them, and set another eunuch to guard it. Then he went in to the king, who said to him, Hast thou given the necklace to Hayat al-Nufus? The eunuch replied, By Allah, thou deservest altogether a better fate. And the king asked, What hath happened? Tell me quickly. Whereto he answered, I will not tell thee, save in private and between our eyes. But the king retorted, saying, Tell me at once and in public. Cried the eunuch, Then grant me immunity. So the king threw him the kerchief of immunity, and he said, O king, I went into the princess Hayat al-Nufus, and found her asleep in a carpeted chamber, and on her bosom was a young man. So I locked the door upon the two and came back to thee. When the king heard these words, he started up, and taking a sword in his hand, cried out to the race of the eunuchs, saying, Take thy lads and go to the princess's chamber, and bring me her and him who is with her, as they twain lie on the bed, but cover them both up. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 735th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king commanded the head eunuch to take his lads, and to fetch and set before him Hayat al-Nufus, and him who was with her, the chief and his men entered the princess's apartment, where he found her standing up, dissolved in railing tears, and the prince by her side. So he said to them, Lie down on the bed, as thou wast, and let him do likewise. The king's daughter feared for her lover, and said to him, This is no time for resistance. So they both lay down, and the eunuchs covered them up, and carried the twain into the king's presence. Thereupon Abd al-Qadir pulled off the coverings, and the princess sprang to her feet. He looked at her, and would have smitten her neck, but the prince threw himself on the father's breast, saying, The fault was not hers, but mine only. Kill me before thou killest her. The king made at him to cut him down, but Hayat al-Nufus cast herself on her father and said, Kill me, not him, for he is the son of a great king, lord of all the land in its length and breadth. When the king heard this, he turned to the chief vizier, who was a gathering place of all that is evil, and said to him, What sayest thou of this matter, O minister? Quoth his vizier, What I say is that all who find themselves in such case of this have need of lying, and there is nothing for it but to cut off both their heads, after torturing them with all manner of tortures. Hereupon the king called his sworder of vengeance, who came with his lads, and said to him, Take this gallows bird and strike off his head, and after do the like with this harlot, and burn their bodies, and consult me not about them a second time. So the headsman put his hand to her back to take her. But the king cried out at him, and cast at him somewhat he had in hand, which he had well nigh killed him, saying, O dog, how durst thou show ruth to those with whom I am wroth? Put thy hand to her hair, and drag her along by it, so that she may fall on her face. Accordingly, he haled her by her hair, and the prince in like manner to the place of blood, where he tore off a piece of his skirt, and therewith bound the prince's eyes, putting the princess last, in the hope that someone would intercede for her. Then, having made ready the prince, he swung his sharp sword 3 times, whilst all the troops wept and prayed Allah to send them deliverance by some intercessor, and raised his hand to cut off Ardashir's head, when, behold, there arose a cloud of dust that spread and flew till it veiled the view. Now the cause thereof was that when the young prince had delayed beyond measure, the king, his sire, had levied a mighty host, and had marched with it in person to get tidings of his son. Such was his case. But as regards King Abd al-Qadir, when he saw this, he said, O wights, what is the meaning of yonder dust that dimmeth sights? The Grand Vizier sprang up, and went out to reconnoitre, and found behind the cloud men like locusts, of whom no count could be made, nor aught avail of aid, filling the hills and plains and valleys. So he returned with the report to the king, who said to him, Go down and learn for us what may be this host, and the cause of its marching upon our country. Ask also of their commander, and salute him for me, and inquire the reason of his coming. An he come in quest of aught, we will aid him. And if he have a blood feud with one of the kings, we will ride with him. Or if he desire a gift, we will handsell him. For this is indeed a numerous host, and a power uttermost, and we fear for our land from its mischief. So the minister went forth, and walked among the tents and troopers and bodyguards, and ceased not faring on from the first of the day till near sundown, when he came to the warders with gilded swords in tents star-studded. Passing these, he made his way through emirs and wazirs and nabobs and chamberlains to the pavilion of the Sultan, and found him a mighty king. When the king's officers saw him, they cried out to him, saying, Kiss ground! Kiss ground! He did so, and would have risen, but they cried out at him a second and a third time. So he kissed the earth again and again, and raised his head, and would have stood up, but fell down at full length for excess of awe. When at last he was set between the hands of the king, he said to him, Allah prolong thy days, and increase thy sovereignty, and exalt thy rank, O thou auspicious king. And furthermore, of a truth, King Abd al-Qadir saluteth thee, and kisseth the earth before thee, and asketh on what weighty business thou art come. An thou seek to avenge thee for blood on any king, he will take horse in thy service. Or, an thou come in quest of aught, wherein it is in his power to help thee, he standeth up at thy service on account thereof. So Ardashir's father replied to the Wazir, saying, O messenger, return to thy lord, and tell him that the most mighty king, Saif al-Azam Shah, lord of Shiraz, had a son who hath been long absent from him, and news of him have not come, and all traces of him have been cut off. An he be in this city, he will take him and depart from you. But if aught have befallen him, or any mischief have ensued to him from you, his father will lay waste your land, and make spoil of your goods, and slay your men, and seize your women. Return therefore to thy lord in haste, and tell him this, ere evil befall him. Answered the minister, To hear is to obey, and turned to go away, when the chamberlains cried out to him, saying, Kiss ground! Kiss ground! So he kissed the ground 100 of times, and rose not till his life breath was in his nostrils. Then he left the king's high court and returned to the city, full of anxious thought concerning the affair of this king and the multitude of his troops. And going in to King Abd al-Qadir, pale with fear and trembling in his side muscles, acquainted him with that had befallen him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 34. When it was the 736th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wazir returned from the court of the great king, pale with fear, and with side muscles quivering for dread exceeding, and acquainted his lord with what had befallen him. Hereat disquietude and terror for himself and for his people laid hold upon him, and he said to the minister, O wazir, and who is this king's son? Replied the other, 'Tis even he whom thou badest put to death, but praised be Allah who hastened not his slaughter. Else had his father wasted our lands and spoiled our good. Quoth the king, See now thy corrupt judgment, and that thou didst counsel us to slay him? Where is the young man, the son of yonder magnanimous king? And quoth the wazir, O mighty king, thou didst command him be put to death. When the king heard this, he was clean distraught, and cried out from his heart's core and in most of head, saying, Woe to you! Fetch me the headsman forthright, lest death fall on him. So they fetched the sworder, and he said, O king of the age, I have smitten off his head even as thou badest me. Cried Abd al-Qadir, O dog, an this be true, I will assuredly send thee after him. The headsman replied, O king, thou didst command me to slay him without consulting thee a second time. Said the king, I was in my wrath, but speak the true, ere thou lose thy life. And said the sworder, O king, he is yet in the chains of life. At this Abd al-Qadir rejoiced, and his heart was set at rest. Then he called for Ardashir, and when he came, he stood up to receive him, and kissed his mouth, saying, O my son, I ask pardon of Allah Almighty for the wrong I have done thee, and say thou not aught that may lower my credit with thy sire, the great king. The prince asked, O king of the age, and where is my father? And the other answered, He is come hither on thine account. Thereupon quoth Ardashir, By thy worship, I will not stir from before thee till I have cleared my honor and the honor of thy daughter from that which thou laidest to our charge, for she is a pure virgin. Send for the midwives, and let them examine her before thee. And they find her maidenhead gone, I give thee leave to shed my blood. And if they find her a clean maid, her innocence of dishonor and mine also will be made manifest." So he summoned the midwives, who examined the princess, and found her a pure virgin, and so told the king, seeking largesse of him. He gave them what they sought, putting off his royal robes to bestow on them. And in like manner he was bountiful to all who were in the harem. And they brought forth the scent cups and perfumed all the lords of estate and grandees, and not one but rejoiced with exceeding joy. Then the king threw his arms about Ardashir's neck, and entreated him with all worship and honor, bidding his chief eunuchs bear him to the bath. When he came out, he cast over his shoulders a costly robe, and crowned him with a coronet of jewels. He also girt him with a girdle of silk, purfled with red gold, and set with pearls and gems, and mounted him on one of his noblest mares, with selle and trappings of gold inlaid with pearls and jewels. Then he bade his grandees and captains mount on his service, and escort him to his father's presence, and charged him tell his sire that King Abd al-Kadir was at his disposal, hearkening to and obeying him in whatso he should bid or forbid. "I will not fail of this," answered Ardashir, and farewelling him, repaired to his father, who, at sight of him, was transported for delight, and springing up, advanced to meet him, and embraced him, whilst joy and gladness spread among all the host of the great king. Then came the wazirs and chamberlains and captains and guards, and kissed the ground before the prince, and rejoiced in his coming. And it was a great day with them for enjoyment, for the king's son gave leave to those of King Abd al-Kadir's officers, who had accompanied him and others of the townsfolk, to view the ordinance of his father's host, without let or stay, so they might know the multitude of the great king's troops, and the might of his empire. And all who had seen him selling stuffs in the linen-draper's bazaar marveled how his soul could have consented thereto, considering the nobility of his spirit, and the loftiness of his dignity. But it was his love and inclination to the king's daughter that to this had constrained him. Meanwhile, news of the multitude of her lover's troops came to Hayat al-Nufus, who was still jailed by her sire's commandment, till they knew what he should order respecting her, whether pardon and release, or death and burning. And she looked down from the terrace roof of the palace, and turning towards the mountains, saw even these covered with armed men. When she beheld all those warriors, and knew that they were the army of Ardashir's father, she feared lest he should be diverted from her by his sire, and forget her, and depart from her, whereupon her father would slay her. So she called a handmaid that was with her in her apartment by way of service, and said to her, "Go to Ardashir, son of the great king, and fear not. When thou comest into his presence, kiss the ground before him, and tell him what thou art, and say to him, My lady saluteth thee, and would have thee to know that she is a prisoner in her father's palace, awaiting his sentence, whether he be minded to pardon her or put her to death. And she beseecheth thee not to forget her or forsake her, for today thou art all-powerful, and in whatso thou commandest no man dare cross thee. Wherefore, an it seem good to thee to rescue her from her sire, and take her with thee, it were of thy bounty. For indeed she endureth all these trials for thy sake. But, and this seem not good to thee, for that thy desire of her is at an end, still speak to thy sire, so haply he may intercede for her with her father, and he depart not, till he have made him set her free, and taken surety from and made covenant with him, that he will not go about to put her to death, nor work her aught of harm. This is her last word to thee. May Allah not desolate her of thee. And so the peace." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 737th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the bondmaid sent by Hayat al-Nufus made her way to Ardashir, and delivered him her lady's message, which when he heard, he wept with sore weeping, and said to her, Know that Hayat al-Nufus is my mistress, and that I am her slave, and the captive of her love. I have not forgotten what was between us, nor the bitterness of the parting day. So do thou say to her, after thou hast kissed her feet, that I will speak with my father of her, and he shall send his wazir, who sought her aforetime in marriage for me, to demand her hand once more of her sire, for he dare not refuse. So if he send to her to consult her, let her make no opposition, for I will not return to my country without her. Then the handmaid returned to Hayat al-Nufus, and, kissing her hands, delivered to her the message, which when she heard, she wept for very joy, and returned thanks to Almighty Allah. Such was her case. But as regards Ardashir, he was alone with his father that night, and the great king questioned him of his case, whereupon he told him all that had befallen him, first and last. Then quoth the king, What wilt thou have me do for thee, O my son? An thou desire Al-Qadir's ruin, I will lay waste his lands, and spoil his hoards, and dishonor his house. Replied Ardashir, I do not desire that, O my father, for he hath done nothing to me deserving thereof. But I wish for union with her, wherefore I beseech thee of thy favor to make ready a present for her father, but let it be a magnificent gift, and send it to him by thy minister, the man of just judgment. Quoth the king, I hear and consent. And sending for the treasures he had laid up from time past, brought out all manner precious things, and showed them to his son, who was pleased with them. Then he called his wazir, and bade him bear the present with him to King Abd al-Qadir, and demand his daughter in marriage for Ardashir, saying, Accept the present, and return him a reply. Now from the time of Ardashir's departure, King Abd al-Qadir had been troubled, and ceased not to be heavy at heart, fearing the laying waste of his reign, and the spoiling of his realm, when behold the wazir came in to him, and saluting him, kissed ground before him. He rose up standing, and received him with honor. But the minister made haste to fall at his feet, and kissing them, cried, Pardon, O king of the age! The like of thee should not rise to the like of me, for I am the least of servant slaves. Know, O king, that Prince Ardashir hath acquainted his father with some of the favors and kindnesses thou hast done him. Wherefore he thanketh thee, and sendeth thee in company of thy servant, who standeth before thee, a present, saluting thee, and wishing thee especial blessings and prosperities. Abd al-Qadir could not believe what he had heard of the excess of his fear, till the wazir laid the present before him, when he saw it to be such gift as no money could purchase, nor could one of the kings of the earth avail to the like thereof. Wherefore he's belittled in his own eyes, and springing to his feet, praised Almighty Allah, and glorified him, and thanked the prince. Then the ministers said to him, O noble king, give ear to my word, and know that the great king sent to thee, desiring thine alliance, and I to come thee seeking and craving the hand of thy daughter, the chaste dame and a treasured gem, Hayat al-Nufus, in wedlock for his son Ardashir. Wherefore, if thou consent to this proposal, and accept of him, do thou agree with me for her marriage portion. Abd al-Qadir, hearing these words, replied, I hear and obey. For my part I make no objection, and nothing can be more pleasurable to me. But the girl is of full age and reason, and her affair is in her own hand. So be assured that I will refer it to her, and she shall choose for herself. Then he turned to the chief eunuch, and bade him go and acquaint the princess with this event. So he repaired to the harem, and kissing the princess' hands, acquainted her with the great king's offer, adding, What sayest thou in answer? I hear and obey, replied she. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 738th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the chief eunuch of the harem, having informed the princess how she had been demanded in marriage by the great king, and having heard her reply, I hear and obey, returned therewith to the king, and gave him this answer, whereat he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and calling for a costly robe of honor, threw it over the wazir's shoulders. Furthermore, he ordered him 10,000 dinars, and bade him carry the answer to the great king, and crave leave for him to pay him a visit. Hearing and obeying, answered the minister, and returning to his master, delivered him the reply and Abd al-Qadir's message, and repeated all their talk, whereat he rejoiced greatly, and Ardashir was transported for delight, and his breast broadened, and he was a most happy man. King Saif al-Azam also gave King Abd al-Qadir leave to come forth to visit him. So, on the morrow, he took horse and rode to the camp of the great king. He came to meet him, and saluting him, seated him in the place of honor, and gave him welcome. And they two sat whilst Ardashir stood before them. Then arose an orator of the king Abd al-Qadir's court, and pronounced an eloquent discourse, giving the prince joy of the attainment of his desire, and of his marriage with the princess, a queen among kings' daughters. When he sat down, the great king caused to bring a chest full of pearls and gems, together with 50,000 dinars, and said to King Abd al-Qadir, I am my son's deputy in all that concerneth this matter. So Abd al-Qadir acknowledged receipt of the marriage portion, and amongst the rest 50,000 dinars for the nuptial festivities. After which they fetched the qazis and the witnesses, who wrote out the contract of marriage between the prince and princess, and it was a notable day, wherein all lovers made merry, and all haters and enviers were mortified. They spread the marriage feasts and banquets, and lastly Ardashir went in unto the princess, and found her a jewel which had been hidden, an union pearl unthridden, and a filly that none but he had ridden. So he notified this to his sire. Then King Saif al-Azam asked his son, Hast thou any wish thou wouldst have fulfilled ere we depart? And he answered, Yes, O king. Know that I would fain take my wreak of the wazir, who entreated us on evil, wise, and the eunuch who forged a lie against us. So the king sent forthright to Abd al-Qadir, demanding of him the minister and the castrato, whereupon he dispatched them both to him, and commanded to hang them over the city gate. After this they abode a little while, and then sought of Abd al-Qadir leave for his daughter to equip her for departure. So he equipped her, and mounted her in a takhtrawand, a travelling litter of red gold, inlaid with pearls and gems, and drawn by noble steeds. She carried with her all her waiting women and eunuchs, as well as the nurse, who had returned after her flight and resumed her office. Then King Saif al-Azam and his son mounted, and Abd al-Qadir mounted also, with all the lords of his land, to take leave of his son-in-law and daughter. And it was a great day to be reckoned of the goodliest of days. After they had gone some distance, the great king conjured Abd al-Qadir to turn back. So he farewelled him and his son, after he had strained him to his breast, and kissed him between the eyes, and thanked him for his grace and favors, and commended his daughter to his care. Then he went in to the princess, and embraced her, and she kissed his hands, and they wept in the standing place of parting. After this he returned to his capital, and Ardashir and his company fared on, till they reached Shiraz, where they celebrated the marriage festivities anew. And they abode in all comfort and solace and joyance of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and severer of societies, the depopulator of palaces and the garnerer of graveyards, and men also relate the tale of Julnar the Sea-born, and her son King Badar Basim of Persia. There was once in days of yore, and in ages and times long before, in Ajam land, a king Shahraman hight, whose abiding place was Khorasan. He owned 100 concubines, but by none of them had he been blessed with boon of child, male or female, all the days of his life. One day, among the days, he bethought him of this, and fell lamenting for that the most part of his existence was past, and he had not been vouchsafed a son to inherit the kingdom after him, even as he had inherited from his fathers and forebears, by reason whereof there betided him sore cark and care, and chagrin exceeding. As he sat thus, one of his Mamelukes came in to him and said, O my lord, at the door is a slave girl with her merchant, and fairer than she eye hath never seen. Quoth the king, Hither to me with merchant and maid. And both came in to him. Now when Shahraman beheld the girl, he saw that she was like a Rudanian lance, and she was wrapped in a veil of gold-purfled silk. The merchant uncovered her face, whereupon the place was illuminated by her beauty, and her 7 tresses hung down to her anklets like horses' tails. She had nature-cold eyes, heavy hips and thighs, and waist of slenderest guise. Her sight healed all maladies, and quenched the fire of sighs. For she was even as the poet cries, I love her madly, for she is perfect fair, complete in gravity and gracious way, nor over tall nor over short, the while too full for trousers are those hips that sway. Her shape is midmost twixt o'er small and tall, nor long to blame nor little to gainsay. O'er fall her anklets tresses black as night, yet in her face resplends eternal day. The king, seeing her, marveled at her beauty and loveliness, her symmetry and perfect grace, and said to the merchant, O sheikh, how much for this maiden? Replied the merchant, O my lord, I bought her for 2,000 dinars of the merchant who owned her before myself, since when I have travelled with her 3 years, and she hath cost me, up to the time of my coming hither, other 3,000 gold pieces. But she is a gift from me to thee. The king robed him with a splendid robe of honor, and ordered him 10,000 ducats, whereupon he kissed his hands, thanking him for his bounty and beneficence, and went his ways. And then the king committed the damsel to the tirewomen, saying, Amend ye the case of this maiden, and adorn her, and furnish her a bower, and set her therein. And he bade his chamberlains carry her everything she needed, and shut all the doors upon her. Now his capital wherein he dwelt was called the White City, and was seated on the sea shore. And so they lodged her in a chamber, whose latticed casements overlooked the main. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 34. Recording by Terry Torres.
Section 35 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 35. When it was the 739th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king, after taking the maiden, committed her to the tirewomen, bidding them amend her case, and set her in a bower, and ordered his chamberlains to shut all the doors upon her, when they had lodged her in a chamber, whose latticed casements overlooked the main. Then Shahraman went in to her, But she spake not to him, neither took any note of him. Quoth he, "'Twould seem she hath been with folk who have not taught her manners." Then he looked at the damsel, and saw her surpassing beauty, and loveliness, and symmetry, and perfect grace, with a face like the rondure of the moon at its full, or the sun shining in the sheeny sky. So he marvelled at her charms of favour and figure, and he praised Allah the Creator, magnified be His might. After which he walked up to her, and sat him down by her side. Then he pressed her to his bosom, and seating her on his thighs, sucked the dew of her lips, which he found sweeter than honey. Presently he called for trays, spread with richest viands of all kinds, and ate and fed her by mouthfuls, till she had enough. Yet she spoke not one word. The king began to talk to her, and asked her of her name, but she abode still silent, and uttered not a syllable, nor made him any answer, neither ceased to hang down her head groundwards. And it was the excess of her beauty and loveliness, and the amorous grace that saved her from the royal wrath. Quoth he to himself, "Glory be to God, the Creator of this girl! How charming she is, save that she speaketh not, but perfection belongeth only to Allah the Most High." And he asked the slave girls whether she had spoken, and they said, "From the time of her coming until now, she hath not uttered a word, nor have we heard her address us." Then he summoned some of his women and concubines, and bade them sing to her, and make merry with her, so haply she might speak. Accordingly they played before her all manner instruments of music, and sports and what not, and sang, till the whole company was moved to mirth, except the damsel, who looked at them in silence, but neither laughed nor spoke. The king's breast was straitened. Thereupon he dismissed the women, and abode alone with that damsel. After which he doffed his clothes, and disrobing her with his own hand, looked upon her body, and saw it as it were a silvern ingot. So he loved her with exceeding love, and falling upon her, took her maidenhead, and found her a pure virgin, whereat he rejoiced with excessive joy, and said to himself, "By Allah, 'tis a wonder that a girl so fair of form and face should have been left by the merchants a clean maid as she is." Then he devoted himself altogether to her, heeding none other, and forsaking all his concubines and favourites, and tarried with her a whole year, as it were a single day. Still she spoke not till one morning he said to her, and indeed the love of her and longing waxed upon him, "O desire of souls, verily passion for thee is great with me, and I have forsaken for thy sake all my slave girls and concubines and women and favourites, and I have made thee my portion of the world, and had patience with thee a whole year. And now I beseech Almighty Allah of His favour to soften thy heart to me, so thou mayst speak to me, or an thou be dumb, tell me by a sign, that I may give up hope of thy speech. I pray the Lord, extolled be He, to vouchsafe me by thee a son child, who shall inherit the kingdom after me, for I am old and lone, and have none to be my heir. Wherefore Allah upon thee, and thou love me, return me a reply." The damsel bowed her head awhile in thought, and presently raising it, smiled in his face, whereat it seemed to him as if lightning filled the chamber. Then she said, "O magnanimous liege lord and valorous lion, Allah hath answered thy prayer, for I am with child by thee, and the time of my delivery is near at hand, though I know not if the unborn babe be male or female. But had I not conceived by thee, I had not spoken to thee one word." When the king heard her speech, his face shone with joy and gladness, and he kissed her head and hands for excess of delight, saying, "Alhamdulillah, laud to Lord, who hath vouchsafed me the things I desired, first thy speech, and secondly thy tidings that thou art with child by me." Then he rose up and went forth from her, and seating himself on the throne of his kingship in an ecstasy of happiness, bade his wazir distribute to the poor and needy and widows and others 100,000 dinars by way of thank offering to Allah Most High and alms on his own account. The minister did as bidden by the king, who, returning to the damsel, sat with her and embraced and pressed her to his breast, saying, O my lady, my queen, whose slave I am, prithee what was the cause of this thy silence? Thou hast been with me a whole year, night and day, waking and sleeping, yet hast not spoken to me till this day. She replied, Hearken, O King of the age, and know that I am a wretched exile, broken-hearted and far parted from my mother and my family and my brother. When the king heard her words, he knew her desire and said, As for thy saying that thou art wretched, there is for such speech no ground, inasmuch as my kingdom and good and all I possess are at thy service, and I also am become thy bondman. But as for thy saying, I am parted from my mother and brother and family, tell me where they are, and I will send and fetch them to thee. Thereupon she answered, Know then, O auspicious king, that I am called Julnar the Seaborn, and that my father was of the kings of the main. He died and left us his reign, but while we were yet unsettled, behold, one of the other kings arose against us and took the realm from our hands. I have a brother called Salih, and my mother also is a woman of the sea. But I fell out with my brother, the pious, and swore that I would throw myself into the hands of a man of the folk of the land. So I came forth of the sea, and sat down on the edge of an island in the moonshine, where a passer-by found me, and carrying me to his house, besought me of love liesse, but I smote him on the head, so that he all but died. Whereupon he carried me forth, and sold me to the merchant from whom thou hadst me, and this was a good man, and a virtuous, pious, loyal, and generous. Were it not that thy heart loved me, and thou promotedst me over all thy concubines, I had not remained with thee a single hour, but had cast myself from this window into the sea, and gone to my mother and family. But I was ashamed to fare them words, being with child by thee, for they would have deemed evilly of me, and would not have credited me, even although I swore to them, and I told them that a king had bought me with his gold, and made me his portion of the world, and preferred me over all his wives, and everything that his right hand possessed. This then is my story, and the peace. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 740th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Julnar the Seaborn, answering the question of King Shahriman, told him her past from first to last, the king thanked her and kissed her between the eyes, saying, By Allah, O my lady and light of mine eyes, I cannot bear to be parted from thee 1 hour, and given thou leave me, I shall die forthright. What then is to be done? Replied she, O my lord, the time of my delivery is at hand, and my family needs must be present, that they may tend me. For the women of the land know not the manner of childbearing of the women of the sea, nor do the daughters of the ocean know the manner of the daughters of the earth. And when my people come, I shall be reconciled to them, and they will be reconciled to me. Quoth the king, How do the people of the sea walk therein without being wetted? And quoth she, O King of the age, we walk in the waters with our eyes open, as do ye on the ground, by the blessing of the names graven upon the seal ring of Solomon Davidson, on whom be peace. But, O King, when my kith and kin come, I will tell them how thou boughtest me with thy gold, and hast entreated me with kindness and benevolence. It behoveth that thou confirm my words to them, and that they witness thine estate with their own eyes, and they learn that thou art a king, son of a king. He rejoined, O my lady, do what seemeth good to thee, and what pleaseth thee, and I will consent to thee in all thou wouldst do. The damsel continued, Yes, we walk in the sea, and see what is therein, and behold the sun, moon, stars, and sky, as it were on the surface of earth, and this irketh us not. Know also that there be many peoples in the main, and various forms and creatures of all kinds that are on the land, and that all that is on the land, compared with that which is in the main, is but a very small matter. And the king marvelled at her words. Then she pulled out from her bosom 2 bits of cormorant line aloes, and kindling fire in a chafing dish, chose somewhat of them, and threw it in. Then she whistled a loud whistle, and spake words none understood. Thereupon arose a great smoke, and she said to the king who was looking on, O my lord, arise, and hide thyself in a closet, that I may show thee my brother and mother and family, whilst they see thee not. For I desire to bring them hither, and thou shalt presently espy a wondrous thing, and shalt marvel at the several creatures and strange shapes which Almighty Allah hath created. So he arose without stay or delay, and entering a closet, fell a-watching what she should do. She continued her fumigations and conjurations till the sea foamed and froth turbid, and there rose from it a handsome young man of a bright favour, as he were the moon at its full, with brow flower white, cheeks of ruddy light, and teeth like the marguerite. He was the likest of all creatures to his sister, and the tongue of the case spoke in his praise these 2 couplets. The full moon groweth perfect once a month, but thy face each day we see perfected. And the full moon dwelleth in single sign, but to thee all hearts be a dwelling stead. After him there came forth of the sea an ancient dame with hair speckled grey, and 5 maidens, as they were moons, bearing a likeness to the damsel hight Julnar. The king looked upon them as they all walked upon the face of the water, till they drew near the window, and saw Julnar, whereupon they knew her, and went in to her. She rose to them, and met them with joy and gladness, and they embraced her, and wept with sore weeping. Then said they to her, O Julnar, how couldst thou leave us 4 years, and we unknowing of thine abiding place? By Allah, the world hath been straitened upon us for stress of severance from thee, and we have had no delight of food or drink, no, not for 1 day, but have wept with sore weeping night and day for the excess of our longing after thee. Then she fell to kissing the hands of the youth her brother, and her mother and cousins, and they sat with her awhile, questioning her of her case, and of what had betided her, as well as of her present estate. No, replied she, that when I left you, I issued from the sea, and sat down on the shore of an island, where a man found me and sold me to a merchant, who brought me to the city, and sold me for 10,000 dinars to the king of the country, who entreated me with honour, and forsook all his concubines and women and favourites for my sake, and was distracted by me from all he had and all that was in his city. Quoth her brother, Praised be Allah, who hath reunited us with thee. But now, O my sister, 'tis my purpose that thou arise, and go with us to our country and people. When the king heard these words, his wits fled him, for fear lest the damsel accept her brother's words, and he himself avail not to stay her, albeit he loved her passionately, and he became distracted with fear of losing her. But Julnar answered, By Allah, O my brother, the mortal who bought me is lord of this city, and he is a mighty king and a wise man, good and generous with extreme generosity. Moreover, he is a personage of great worth and wealth, and hath neither son nor daughter. He hath entreated me with honour, and done me all manner of favour and kindness. Nor from the day of his buying me to this time have I heard from him an ill word to hurt my heart. But he hath never ceased to use me courteously, doing nothing save with my counsel, and I am in the best of case with him, and in the perfection of fair fortune. Furthermore, were I to leave him, he would perish, for he cannot endure to be parted from me an hour, and if I left him, I also should die, for the excess of the love I bear him, by reason of his great goodness to me during the time of my sojourn with him. For were my father alive, my estate with him would not be like my estate with this great and glorious and puissant potentate. And verily ye see me with child by him, and praise be to Allah, who hath made me a daughter of the kings of the sea, and my husband the mightiest of the kings of the land. And Allah, in very sooth, he hath compensated me for whatso I lost. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 741st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Julnar the Sea-born told her brother all her tale, adding, Allah hath not cut me off, but hath compensated me for whatso I lost. Now this king hath no issue, male or female, so I pray the Almighty to vouchsafe me a son, who shall inherit of this mighty sovereign that which the Lord hath bestowed upon him of lands and palaces and possessions. Now when her brother and the daughters of her uncle heard this her speech, their eyes were cooled thereby, and they said, O Julnar, thou knowest thy value with us, and thou wottest the affection we bear thee, and thou art certified that thou art to us the dearest of all creatures, and thou art assured that we seek but ease for thee, without travail or trouble. Wherefore, an thou be in unease, arise and go with us to our land and our folk. But an thou be at thine ease here, in honour and happiness, this is our wish and our will, for we desire naught save thy welfare in any case. Quoth she, By Allah, I am here in the utmost ease and solace and honour and grace. When the king heard what she said, he joyed with the heart set at rest, and thanked her silently for this. The love of her redoubled on him, and entered his heart core, and he knew that she loved him as he loved her, and that she desired to abide with him, that she might see his child by her. Then Julnar bade her women lay the tables, and set on all sorts of viands, which had been cooked in kitchen under her own eyes, and fruits and sweetmeats, whereof she ate, she and her kinsfolk. But presently they said to her, O Julnar, thy lord is a stranger to us, and we have entered his house, without his leave or weeting. Thou hast extolled to us his excellence, and eke thou hast set before us of his victual, whereof we have eaten. Yet have we not companied with him, nor seen him, neither hath he seen us, nor come to our presence and eaten with us, so there might be between us bread and salt. And they all left eating, and were wroth with her, and fire issued from their mouths as from cressets, which when the king saw, his wits fled for excess of fear of them. But Julnar arose and soothed them, and going to the closet where was the king her lord, said to him, O my lord, hast thou seen and heard how I praised thee and extolled thee to my people, and hast thou noted what they said to me of their desire to carry me away with them? Quoth he, I both heard and saw. May the Almighty abundantly requite thee for me. By Allah, I knew not the full measure of thy fondness until this blessed hour, and now I doubt not of thy love to me. Quoth she, O my lord, is the reward of kindness aught but kindness? Verily, thou hast dealt generously with me, and hast entreated me with worship, and I have seen that thou lovest me with the utmost love, and thou hast done me all manner of honour and kindness, and preferred me above all thou lovest and desirest. So how should my heart be content to leave thee and depart from thee? And how should I do thus after all thy goodness to me? But now I desire of thy courtesy that thou come and salute my family, so thou may see them and they thee, and pure love and friendship may be between you. For know, O King of the age, that my brother and mother and cousins love thee with exceeding love, by reason of my praises of thee to them. And they say, We will not depart from thee, nor go to our homes, till we have foregathered with the king and saluted him. For indeed they desire to see thee and make acquaintance with thee. The king replied, To hear is to obey, for this is my very own wish. So saying, he rose and went into them, and saluted them with the goodliest salutation. And they sprang up to him and received him with the utmost worship, after which he sat down in the palace and ate with them, and he entertained them thus for the space of 30 days. Then, being desirous of returning home, they took leave of the king and queen, and departed with due permission to their own land, after he had done them all possible honour. A while after this, Julnar completed the days of her pregnancy, and the time of her delivery being come, she bore a boy, as he were the moon at its full, whereat the utmost joy betided the king, for that he had never in his life been vouchsafed son or daughter. So they held high festival, and decorated the city 7 days in the extreme of joy and jollity. And on the 7th day came Queen Julnar's mother, Farisha hight, and brother and cousins, whenas they knew of her delivery. And Shahrazad perceived the light of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 35. Recording by Pam Castile.
Section 36 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 36. When it was the 742nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Julnar was brought to bed, and was visited by her people, the king received them with joy at their coming, and said to them, I said that I would not give my son a name till you should come and name him of your knowledge. So they named him Badr Basim, and all agreed upon his name. Then they showed the child to his uncle Saleh, who took him in his arms, and arising began to walk about the chamber with him in all directions, right and left. Presently he carried him forth of the palace, and going down to the salt sea, fared on with him, till he was hidden from the king's sight. Now when Shahriman saw him take his son and disappear with him in the depth of the sea, he gave the child up for lost, and fell to weeping and wailing. But Julnar said to him, O king of the age, fear not, neither grieve for thy son, for I love my child more than thou, and he is with my brother. So reck thou not of the sea, neither fear for him drowning. Had my brother known that aught of harm would betide the little one, he had not done this deed. And he will presently bring thee thy son safe, Inshallah, and it please the Almighty. Nor was an hour past before the sea became turbid and troubled, and King Saleh came forth, and flew from the sea till he came up to them, with the child lying quiet, and showing a face like the moon on a night of fullness. Then, looking at the king, he said, Haply thou fearedst harm for thy son, whenas I plunged into the sea with him. Replied the father, Yes, O my lord, I did indeed fear for him, and thought he would never be saved therefrom. Rejoined Saleh, O king of the land, we pencilled his eyes with an eye powder we know of, and recited over him the names graven upon the seal ring of Solomon, David's son, on whom be peace. For this is what we used to do with children newly born among us. And now thou needst not fear for him drowning or suffocation in all the oceans of the world if he should go down into them. For even as you walk on the land, so we walk in the sea. Then he pulled out of his pocket a casket graven and sealed, and breaking open the seals, emptied it. Whereupon there fell from it strings of all manner, jacinths and other jewels, besides 300 bugles of emerald, and other 300 hollow gems as big as ostrich eggs, whose light dimmed that of sun and moon. quoth Saleh, "O King of the Age, these jewels and jacinths are a present from me to thee. We never yet brought thee a gift, for that we knew not Julnar's abiding place, neither had we of her any tidings or trace. But now that we see thee to be united with her, and we are all become one thing, we have brought thee this present. And every little while we will bring thee the like thereof, inshallah. For that these jewels and jacinths are more plentiful with us than pebbles on the beach, and we know the good and the bad of them, and their whereabouts, and the way to them, and they are easy to us." When the king saw the jewels, his wits were bewildered, and his sense was astounded, and he said, "By Allah, one single gem of these jewels is worth my realm." Then he thanked for his bounty Saleh the Seaborn, and, looking towards Queen Julnar, said, "I am abashed before thy brother, for he hath dealt munificently by me, and bestowed on me this splendid gift, which the folk of the land were unable to present." So she thanked her brother for his deed, and he said, "O King of the Age, thou hast the prior claim on us, and it behoves us to thank thee, for thou hast entreated our sister with kindness, and we have entered thy dwelling and eaten of thy victual." And the poet saith, "Had I wept before she did in my passion for Sa'da, I had healed my soul before repentance came. But she wept before I did, her tears drew mine, and I said, the merit belongs to the precedent." "And," resumed Saleh the Pious, "if we stood on our faces in thy service, O King of the Age, 1,000 years, yet we had not the might to requite thee, and this were but a scantling of thy due." The king thanked him with heartiest thanks, and the merman and merwomen abode with him 40 days' space, at the end of which Saleh arose and kissed the ground before his brother-in-law, who asked, "What wantest thou, O Saleh?" He answered, "O King of the Age, indeed thou hast done us overabundant favours, and we crave of thy bounties that thou deal charitably with us, and grant us permission to depart, for we yearn after our people and country, and our kinsfolk and our homes. So we will never forsake thy service, nor that of my sister and my nephew. And by Allah, O King of the Age, 'tis not pleasant to my heart to part from thee. But how shall we do, seeing that we have been reared in the sea, and that the sojourn of the shore liketh us not?" When the king heard these words, he rose to his feet, and farewelled Saleh the Seaborn, and his mother and his cousins, and all wept together because of parting. And presently they said to him, "Anon we will be with thee again, nor will we forsake thee, but will visit thee every few days." Then they flew off, and descending into the sea, disappeared from sight. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 743rd night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the relations of Julnar the Seaborn farewelled the king and her, weeping together because of parting. Then they flew off, and descending into the depths, disappeared from sight. After this, King Shahriman showed more kindness to Julnar, and honoured her with increase of honour, and the little one grew up and flourished, whilst his maternal uncle and grandam and cousins visited the king every few days, and abode with him a month or 2 months at a time. The boy ceased not to increase in beauty and loveliness with increase of years, till he attained the age of 15, and was unique in his perfection and symmetry. He learnt writing and Quran reading, history, syntax, and lexicography, archery, spear play, and horsemanship. And what not else behoveth the sons of kings? Nor was there one of the children of the folk of the city, men or women, but would talk of the youth's charms. For he was of surpassing beauty and perfection, even such an one as is praised in the saying of the poet. The whiskers right upon his cheek, with ambergris on pearl, 2 lines, as 'twere with jet upon an apple, line for line. Death harbours in his languid eye, and slays with every glance, and in his cheek is drunkenness, and not in any wine. And in that of another, upsprings from the table of his lovely cheeks, a growth like broidery my wonder is, as 'twere a lamp that burns through night hung up, beneath the gloom, in chains of ambergris. And indeed, the king loved him with exceeding love, and, summoning his wazir and emirs, and the chief officers of state, and grandees of his realm, required of them a binding oath that they would make Badr Basim king over them after his sire. And they sware the oath gladly, for the sovereign was liberal to the lieges, pleasant in parley, and a very compend of goodness, saying naught but that wherein was advantage for the people. On the morrow, Shahryar mounted with all his troops, and emirs and lords, and went forth into the city and returned. When they drew near the palace, the king dismounted to wait upon his son, who abode on horseback. And he and all the emirs and grandees bore the saddle-cloth of honour before him, each and every of them bearing it in his turn, till they came to the vestibule of the palace, where the prince alighted, and his father and the emirs embraced him, and seated him on the throne of kingship, whilst they, including his sire, stood before him. Then Badr Basim judged the people, deposing the unjust and promoting the just, and continuing so doing till near upon noon, when he descended from the throne and went in to his mother Julnar the Seaborn, with the crown upon his head, as he were the moon. When she saw him, with the king standing before him, she rose, and kissing him, gave him joy of the Sultanate, and wished him and his sire length of life and victory over their foes. He sat with her, and rested till the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, when he took horse and repaired, with the emirs before him, to the Maidan plain, where he played at arms with his father and his lords till nightfall, when he returned to the palace, preceded by all the folk. He rode forth thus every day to the tilting ground, returning to sit and judge the people and do justice between earl and churl, and thus he continued doing a whole year, and at the end of which he began to ride out a hunting and a chasing, and to go round about in the cities and countries under his rule, proclaiming security and satisfaction, and doing after the fashion of kings. And he was unique among the people of his day for glory and valour and just dealing among the subjects. And it chanced one day the old king fell sick, and his fluttering heart forebode him of translation to the mansion of eternity. His sickness grew upon him till he was nigh upon death, when he called his son, and commended his mother and subjects to his care, and caused all the emirs and grandees once more to swear allegiance to the prince, and assured himself of them by strongest oaths. After which he lingered a few days, and departed to the mercy of Almighty Allah. His son and widow, and all the emirs and wazirs and lords mourned over him, and they built him a tomb, and buried him therein. They ceased not ceremoniously to mourn him for a whole month, till Saleh and his mother and cousins arrived, and condoled with their grieving for the king, and said, O Julnar, though the king be dead, yet hath he left this noble and peerless youth, and not dead is whoso leaveth the like of him, the rending lion and the shining moon. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 744th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Saleh, brother of Julna, and her mother and cousins said to her, Albeit the king be dead, yet hath he left behind him as successor this noble and peerless youth, the rending lion and the shining moon. Thereupon the grandees and notables of the empire went in to King Badr Basim and said to him, O king, there is no harm in mourning for the late sovereign, but over mourning beseemeth none save women. Wherefore occupy thou not thy heart and our hearts with the mourning for thy sire, insomuch as he hath left thee behind him, and whoso leaveth the like of thee is not dead. Then they comforted him, and diverted him, and lastly carried him to the bath. When he came out of the hammam, he donned a rich robe, purfled with gold, and embroidered with jewels and jacinths, and setting the royal crown upon his head, sat down on his throne of kingship, and ordered the affairs of the folk, doing equal justice between strong and weak, and exacting from the prince the dues of the pauper, wherefore the people loved him with exceeding love. Thus he continued doing for a full year, whilst every now and then his kinsfolk of the sea visited him, and his life was pleasant, and his eye was cool. Now it came to pass that his uncle Saleh went in one night of the nights to Julna and saluted her, whereupon she rose, and embracing him, seated him by her side, and asked him, O my brother, how art thou, and my mother, and my cousins? He answered, O my sister, they are well, and glad, and in good case, lacking naught save a sight of thy face. Then she set somewhat of food before him, and he ate. After which talk ensued between the twain, and they spake of King Badr Basim, and his beauty and loveliness, his symmetry and skill in cavalrys, and cleverness and good breeding. Now Badr was propped upon his elbow hard by them, and hearing his mother and uncle speak of him, he feigned sleep, and listened to their talk. Presently Saleh said to his sister, Thy son is now 17 years old, and is unmarried, and I fear lest mishap befall him, and he have no son. Wherefore it is my desire to marry him to a princess of the princesses of the sea, who shall be a match for him in beauty and loveliness. Quoth Julna, Name them to me, for I know them all. So Saleh proceeded to enumerate them to her one by one. But to each she said, I like not this one for my son. I will not marry him but to one who is his equal in beauty and loveliness and wit and piety, and good breeding and magnanimity and dominion and rank and lineage. Quoth Saleh, I know none other of the daughters of the kings of the sea, for I have numbered to thee more than 100 girls, and not one of them pleaseth thee. But see, O my sister, whether thy son be asleep or no. So she felt Badr, and finding on him the signs of slumber, said to Saleh, He is asleep. What hast thou to say, and what is thine object in making sure his sleeping? Replied he, O my sister, know that I have bethought me of a mermaid of the mermaids, who befitteth thy son. But I fear to name her, lest he be awake, and his heart be taken with her love, and maybe we shall be unable to win her. So should he, and we, and the grandees of the realm be wearied in vain, and trouble betide us through this. For, as saith the poet, Love at first sight is a spurt of spray, but a spreading sea when it gaineth sway. When she heard these words, she cried, Tell me the condition of this girl and her name, for I know all the damsels of the sea, kings' daughters and others. and if I judge her worthy of him, I will demand her in marriage for him of her father, though I spend on her whatso my hand possesseth. So recount to me all anent her, and fear naught, for my son sleepeth. Quoth Saleh, I fear lest he be awake. And the poet saith, I loved him soon as his praise I heard, for ear oft loveth, ere eye survey. But Julnar said, Speak out, and be brief, and fear not, O my brother. So he said, By Allah, O my sister, none is worthy of thy son, save the Princess Jawharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal, for that she is like unto him in beauty and loveliness, and brilliancy and perfection. Nor is there found in sea or on land a sweeter or pleasanter of gifts than she. For she is prime in comeliness, and seemly head of face, and symmetrical shape of perfect grace. Her cheek is ruddy dight, her brow flower white, her teeth gem bright, her eyes blackest black, and whitest white, her hips of heavy weight, her waist slight, and her favour exquisite. When she turneth, she shameth the wild cattle and the gazelles, and when she walketh, she breedeth envy in the willow branch. When she unveileth her face, outshineth the sun and moon, and all those who look upon her she enslaveth soon. Sweet-lipped and soft-sided indeed is she. Now when Julnar heard what Saleh said, she replied, Thou sayest sooth, O my brother. By Allah, I have seen her many and many a time, and she was my companion when we were little ones. But now we have no knowledge of each other for constraint of distance, nor have I set eyes on her for 18 years. By Allah, none is worthy of my son but she. Now Badr heard all they said, and mastered what had passed. First and last of these praises bestowed on Jawharah, daughter of the king Al-Samandal. So he fell in love with her on hearsay, pretending sleep the while. Wherefore fire was kindled in his heart on her account full sore, and he was drowned in a sea without bottom or shore. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 36. Recording by Ravi Shankar. Section 37 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 37. When it was the 745th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Badr Basim heard the words of his uncle Saleh and his mother Julnar praising the daughter of King Al-Samandal, a flame of fire built in his heart full sore, and he was drowned in a sea which hath nor bottom nor shore. Then Saleh, looking at his sister, exclaimed, By Allah, O my sister, there is no greater fool among the kings of the sea than her father, nor one more violent of temper than he. So name thou not the girl to thy son, till we demand her in marriage of her father. If he favour us with his assent, we will praise Allah Almighty, and if he refuse us, and will not give her to thy son to wife, we will say no more about it, and seek another match. Answered Julnar, Right is thy rede. And they parleyed no more. But Badr passed the night with a heart on fire with passion for Princess Jahura. However, he concealed his case, and spake not of her to his mother or his uncle, albeit he was on coals of fire for love of her. Now, when it was morning, the king and his uncle went to the hammam bath and washed, after which they came forth and drank wine, and the servants set food before them, whereof they and Julnar ate their sufficiency, and washed their hands. Then Saleh rose and said to his nephew and sister, "With your leave, I would fain go to my mother and my folk, for I have been with you some days, and their hearts are troubled with awaiting me." But Badr Basim said to him, "Tarry with us this day," and he consented. Then quoth the king, "Come, O my uncle, let us go forth to the garden." So they sallied forth, and promenaded about the pastures, and took their solace awhile. After which King Badr lay down under a shady tree, thinking to rest and sleep. But he remembered his uncle's description of the maiden and her beauty and loveliness, and shed railing tears, reciting these two couplets: "Were it said to me, while the flame is burning within me, and the fire blazing in my heart and bowels, wouldst thou rathest that thou shouldst behold them, or a draught of pure water? I would answer, them." Then he sighed, and wept, and lamented, reciting these verses also: "Who shall save me from the love of a lovely gazelle, brighter browed than the sunshine, my Bobinel? My heart, erst free from her love, now burns with fire for the maid of Al Samandal." When Saleh heard what his nephew said, he smote hand upon hand and said, "There is no God but the God. Muhammad is the apostle of God, and there is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great," adding, "O my son, heardest thou what passed between me and thy mother respecting Princess Jahura?" Replied Badr Basim, "Yes, O my uncle, and I fell in love with her by hearsay through what I heard you say. Indeed, my heart cleaveth to her, and I cannot live without her." Rejoined his uncle, "O king, let us return to thy mother, and tell her how the case standeth, and crave her leave that I may take thee with me, and seek the princess in marriage of her sire. After which we will farewell her, and I and thou will return. Indeed, I fear to take thee and go without her leave, lest she be wroth with me. And verily, the right would be on her side, for I should be the cause of her separation from us. Moreover, the city would be left without a king, and there would be none to govern the citizens and look to their affairs. So should the realm be disordered against thee, and the kingship depart from thy hands." But Badr Basim, hearing these words, cried, "O my uncle, if I return to my mother and consult her on such a matter, she will not suffer me to do this. Wherefore I will not return to my mother nor consult her." And he wept before him, and presently added, "I will go with thee, and tell her not, and after will return." When Saleh heard what his nephew said, he was confused anent his case, and said, "I crave help of the Almighty in any event." Then, seeing that Badr Basim was resolved to go with him, whether his mother would let him or no, he drew from his finger a seal ring, whereon were graven certain of the names of Allah the Most High, and gave it to him, saying, "Put this on thy finger, and thou shalt be safe from drowning and other perils, and from the mischief of sea beasts and great fishes." So King Badr Basim took the ring and set it on his finger. Then they dove into the deep, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 746th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Badr Basim and his uncle, after diving into the deep, fared on till they came to Saleh's palace, where they found Badr Basim's grandmother, the mother of his mother, seated with her kinsfolk, and going in to them kissed their hands. When the old queen saw Badr, she rose to him, and embracing him, kissed him between the eyes, and said to him, "A blessed coming, O my son! How didst thou leave thy mother Julna?" He replied, "She is well in health and fortune, and saluteth thee and her uncle's daughters." Then Saleh related to his mother what had occurred between him and his sister, and how King Badr Basim had fallen in love with the Princess Jawra, daughter of Al-Samandal by report, and told her the whole tale from beginning to end, adding, "He hath not come save to demand her in wedlock of her sire." Which when the old queen heard, she was wroth against her son with exceeding wrath, and sore troubled and concerned, and said, "O Saleh, O my son, in very sooth thou didst wrong to name the princess before thy nephew, knowing as thou dost her father is stupid and violent, little of wit, and tyrannical of temper, grudging his daughter to every suitor, for the monarchs of the main have sought her hand, but he rejected them all. Nay, he would none of them, saying, You are no match for her in beauty, or in loveliness, or in aught else. Wherefore we fear to demand her in wedlock of him, lest he reject us, even as he hath rejected others. And we are a folk of high spirit, and should return broken-hearted." Hearing these words, Saleh answered, "O my mother, what is to do? For King Badr Basim saith, There is no help, but that I seek her in marriage of her sire, though I expend my whole kingdom. And he avoucheth that an he take her not to wife, he will die of love for her and longing." And Saleh continued, "He is handsomer and goodlier than she. His father was king of all the Persians, whose king he now is, and none is worthy of Jawra save Badr Basim. Wherefore I purpose to carry her father a gift of jacinths and jewels befitting his dignity, and demand her of him in marriage. And he object to us that he is a king. Behold, our man also is a king, and the son of a king. Or if he object to us her beauty, behold, our man is more beautiful than she. Or again, if he object to us the vastness of his dominion, behold, our man's dominion is vaster than hers, and her father's, and numbereth more troops and guards, for that his kingdom is greater than that of Al-Salmandal. Needs must I do my endeavour to further the desire of my sister's son, though it relieve me of my life, because I was the cause of whatso hath betided, and even as I plunged him into the ocean of her love, so will I go about to marry him to her, and may Almighty Allah help me thereto." Rejoined his mother, "Do as thou wilt, but beware of giving her father rough words whenas thou speakest with him, for thou knowest his stupidity and violence, and I fear lest he do thee a mischief, for he knoweth not respect for any." And Saleh answered, "Hearkening and obedience." Then he sprang up, and taking 2 bags full of gems, such as rubies and bugles of emerald, noble ores, and all manner of jewels, gave them to his servants to carry, and set out with his nephew for the palace of Al-Samandal. When they came thither, he sought audience of the king, and being admitted to his presence, kissed ground before him, and saluted him with the goodliest salam. The king rose to him, and honouring him with the utmost honour, bade him be seated. So he sat down, and presently the king said to him, "A blessed coming, indeed, thou hast desolated us, O Saleh, but what bringeth thee to us? Tell me thine errand, that we may fulfil it to thee." Whereupon Saleh arose, and kissing the ground a second time, said, O king of the age, my errand is to Allah, and the magnanimous liege lord, and the valiant lion, the report of whose good qualities the caravans far and near have dispread, and whose renown for benefits and beneficence, and clemency and graciousness, and liberality to all climes and countries hath sped. Thereupon he opened the two bags, and displayed their contents before Al-Samandal, said to him, O king of the age, haply wilt thou accept my gift, and by showing favour to me heal my heart. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 747th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Saleh offered his gift to the king, saying, My aim and the end is that the sovereign show favour to me, and heal my heart by accepting my present, King Samandal asked, With what object dost thou gift me with this gift? Tell me thy tale, and acquaint me with thy requirement, and its accomplishment be in my power, I will straightway accomplish it to thee, and spare thee toil and trouble. And if I be unable thereunto, Allah compelleth not any soul aught beyond its power. So Saleh rose, and kissing ground 3 times, said, O king of the age, that which I desire thou art indeed able to do, and it is in thy power, and thou art master thereof. And I impose not on the king a difficulty, nor am I jinn demented, that I should crave of the king a thing whereto he availeth not. For one of the sages saith, And thou wouldst be complied, with ask that which can be readily supplied. Whereupon, that of which I am come in quest, the king, whom Allah preserve, is able to grant. The king replied, Ask what thou wouldst have, and state thy case, and seek thy need. Then saith Saleh, O king of the age, know that I come as a suitor, seeking the unique pearl and the hardest jewel, the Princess Jaura, daughter of our lord the king. Wherefore, O king, disappoint thou not thy suitor. Now, when the king heard this, he laughed till he fell backwards in mockery of him, and said, O Saleh, I had thought thee a man of worth and a youth of sense, seeking naught save what was reasonable, and speaking not save advisedly. What then hath befallen thy reason, and urged thee to this monstrous matter and mighty hazard, that thou seekest in marriage daughters of kings, lords of cities and climates? Say me, art thou of a rank to aspire to this great eminence, and hath thy wit failed thee to this extreme pass, that thou affrontest me with this demand? Replied Saleh, Allah amend the king, I seek her not for myself, albeit that I did, and I am her match, and more than her match, for thou knowest that my father was king of kings of the sea, for all thou art this day our king. But I seek her for King Badr Basim, lord of the land of the Persians, and son of King Shahryar, whose puissance thou knowest. And thou object that thou art a mighty great king. King Badr is greater. And if thou object thy daughter's beauty, King Badr is more beautiful than she, and fairer of form, and more excellent of rank and lineage. And he is the champion of the people of his day. Wherefore, if thou grant my request, O king of the age, thou wilt have set the thing in its stead. But if thou deal arrogantly with us, thou wilt not use us justly, nor travel with us the road which is straight. Moreover, O king, thou knowest that the Princess Jaura, the daughter of our lord the king, must needs be wedded and bedded, for the sage saith, A girl's lot is either in grace of marriage or the grave. Wherefore, an thou mean to marry her, my sister's son is worthier of her than any other man. Now, when King Al-Samandal heard Saleh's words, he was wroth with exceeding wrath. His reason well nigh fled, and his soul was like to depart his body for rage, and he cried, "O dog! Shall the like of thee dare to bespeak me thus, and name my daughter in the assemblies, saying that the son of thy sister Julna is a match for her? Who art thou, and who is this sister of thine, and who is her son, and who was his father, that thou durst say to me such say, and address me with such address? What are you all in comparison to my daughter but dogs?" And he cried out to his pages, saying, "Take yonder gallows bird's head." So they drew their swords and made for Saleh, but he fled, and for the palace gate sped. And reaching the entrance, he found of his cousins and kinfolk and servants more than 1,000 horse, armed cap a pie in iron, and close-knitted mail coats, hending in hand spears and naked swords glittering white. And these, when they saw Saleh come running out of the palace, they having been sent by his mother to his succour, questioned him, and he told them what was to do. Whereupon they knew that the king was a fool, and violent-tempered to boot. So they dismounted, and bearing their blades, went in to the King Al-Samandal, whom they found seated upon the throne of his kingship, unaware of their coming, and enraged against Saleh with furious rage. And they beheld his eunuchs, and pages, and officers unprepared. When the king saw them enter, drawn brand in hand, he cried out to his people, saying, "Woe is you! Take me the heads off these hounds!" But ere an hour had sped, Al-Samandal's party were put to the rout, and relied upon flight, and Saleh and his kinsfolk seized upon the king and pinioned him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 36. Recording by Ravi Shankar. Section 38 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 38. When it was the 748th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Saleh and his kinfolk pinioned the king, Princess Jauhara awoke, and knew that her father was a captive and his guards slain. So she fled forth the palace to a certain island, and climbing up into a high tree, hid herself in its summit. Now, when the two parties came to blows, some of King Al-Samandal's pages fled, and Badr Basim, meeting them, questioned them of their case, and they told him what had happened. But when he heard that the king was a prisoner, Badr feared for himself, and fled, saying in his heart, "Verily, all this turmoil is on my account, and none is wanted but I." So he sought safety in flight, security to sight, knowing not whither he went. But destiny from eternity foreordained drave him to the very island where the princess had taken refuge. And he came to the very tree whereon she sat, and threw himself down like a dead man, thinking to lie and repose himself, and knowing not there is no rest for the pursued, for none knoweth what fate hideth for him in the future. And as he lay down, he raised his eyes to the tree, and they met the eyes of the princess. So he looked at her, and seeing her to be like the moon rising in the east, cried, "Glory to him who fashioned yonder perfect form, him who is the creator of all things, and who over all things is almighty. Glory to the great God, the maker, the shaper, and fashioner. By Allah, if my presentiments be true, this is Jauharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal. Methinks that when she heard of our coming to blows with her father, she fled to this island, and, happening upon this tree, hid herself on its head. But if this be not the princess herself, 'tis one yet goodlier than she." Then he bethought himself of her case, and said in himself, "I will arise and lay hands on her, and question her of her condition, and if she be indeed the she, I will demand her in wedlock of herself, and so win my wish." So he stood up and said to her, "O end of all desire, who art thou, and what brought thee hither?" She looked at Badr Basim, and seeing him to be as the full moon when it shineth from under the black cloud, slender of shape and sweet of smile, answered, "O fair of fashion, I am Princess Jauharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal, and I took refuge in this place because Saleh and his host came to blows with my sire, and slew his troops, and took him prisoner with some of his men, wherefore I fled, fearing for my very life." Presently adding, "And I weet not what fortune hath done with my father." When King Badr Basim heard these words, he marvelled with exceeding marvel at this strange chance, and thought, "Doubtless I have won my wish by the capture of her sire." Then he looked at Jauharah and said to her, "Come down, O my lady, for I am slain for love of thee, and thine eyes have captivated me. On my account and thine are all these broils and battles. For thou must know that I am King Badr Basim, lord of the Persians, and Saleh is my mother's brother, and it is he who came to thy sire to demand thee of him in marriage. As for me, I have quitted my kingdom for thy sake, and our meeting here is the rarest coincidence. So come down to me, and let us twain fare for thy father's palace, that I may beseech Uncle Saleh to release him, and I may make thee my lawful wife." When Jauharah heard his words, she said in herself, "'Twas on this miserable gallows bird's account, then, that all this hath befallen, and that my father hath fallen prisoner, and his chamberlains and suite have been slain, and I have been departed from my palace, a miserable exile, and have fled for refuge to this island. But, and I devise not against him some device to defend myself from him, he will possess himself of me, and take his will of me, for he is in love, and for aught that he doeth, a lover is not blamed." Then she beguiled him with winning words and soft speeches, while he knew not the perfidy against him she purposed, and she asked him, "O my lord and light of my eyes, say me, art thou indeed King Badr Basim, son of Queen Julna?" And he replied, "Yes, O my lady." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 749th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Jauharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal, asked the youth, 'Art thou in very sooth King Badr Basim, son of Queen Julna?' And he answered, 'Yes, O my lady.' Then she, 'May Allah cut off my father and gar his kingdom cease from him, and heal not his heart, neither avert him from strangerhood, if he could desire a comelier than thou, or aught goodlier than these fair qualities of thine. By Allah, he is of little wit and judgment.' Presently adding, 'But, O King of the age, punish him not for that he hath done, more by token that an thou love me a span, verily I love thee a cubit. Indeed, I have fallen into the net of thy love, and become of a number of thy slain. The love that was with thee hath transferred itself to me, and there is left thereof with thee but a tithe of that which is with me.' So saying, she came down from the tree, and drawing near him, strained him to her bosom, and fell to kissing him. Whereat passion and desire for her redoubled on him, and doubting not but she loved him, he trusted in her, and returned her kisses and caresses. Presently he said to her, "By Allah, O Princess, my uncle Salih set forth to me not a 40th part of thy charms, no, not a quarter carat of the 24." Then Jauharah pressed him to her bosom and pronounced some unintelligible words, then spat on his face, saying, "Quit this form of man and take shape of bird, the handsomest of birds, white of robe, with red bill and legs." Hardly had she spoken when King Badr Basim found himself transformed into a bird, the handsomest of birds, who shook himself and stood looking at her. Now Jauharah had with her one of her slave girls by the name Marsina, so she called her and said to her, "By Allah, but I fear for the life of my father, who is his uncle's prisoner. I would kill him. Allah never requite him with good. How unlucky was his coming to us, for all this trouble is due to his hard-headedness. But do thou, O slave girl, bear him to the thirsty island and leave him there to die of thirst." So Marsina carried him to the island in question, and would have returned and left him there, but she said in herself, "By Allah, the lord of such beauty and loveliness deserveth not to die of thirst." So she went forth from that island and brought him to another, abounding in trees and fruit and rills, and setting him down there, returned to her mistress and told her, "I have left him on the thirsty island." Such was the case with Badr Basim. But as regards King Saleh, he sought for Jauharah after capturing the king and killing his folk, but finding her not, returned to his palace and said to his mother, "Where is my sister's son, King Badr Basim?" "By Allah, O my son," replied she, "I know nothing of him. For when it reached him that you and King Al-Samandal had come to blows, and that strife and slaughter had betided between you, he was affrighted and fled." When Saleh heard this, he grieved for his nephew and said, "O my mother, by Allah, we have dealt negligently by King Badr, and I fear lest he perish, or lest one of King Al-Samandal's soldiers or his daughter Jauharah fall in with him. So should we come to shame with his mother, and no good betide us from her, for that I took him without her leave." Then he dispatched guards and scouts throughout the sea and elsewhere to seek for Badr, but they could learn no tidings of him. So they returned and told King Saleh, wherefore cark and care redoubled on him, and his breast was straitened for King Badr Basim. So far concerning nephew and uncle. But as for Julnar, the sea-born, after their departure she abode in expectation of them, but her son returned not, and she heard no report of them. So when many days of fruitless waiting had gone by, she arose, and going down into the sea repaired to her mother, who, sighting her, rose to her and kissed her and embraced her, as did the mermaids her cousins. Then she questioned her mother of King Badr Basim, and she answered, saying, "O my daughter, of a truth he came hither with his uncle, who took jacinths and jewels, and carrying them to King Al-Samandal, demanded his daughter in marriage for thy son. But he consented not, and was violent against thy brother in words. Now I had sent Saleh nigh upon 1,000 horse, and a battle befell between him and King Al-Samandal. But Allah aided thy brother against him, and he slew his guards and troops, and took himself prisoner. Meanwhile tidings of this reached thy son, and it would seem as if he feared for himself, wherefore he fled forth from us without our will, and returned not to us, nor have we heard any news of him." Then Julnar inquired for King Saleh, and his mother said, "He is seated on the throne of his kingship in the stead of King Al-Samandal, and hath sent in all directions to seek thy son and Princess Jauharah." When Julnar heard the maternal words, she mourned for her son with sad mourning, and was highly incensed against her brother Saleh, for that he had taken him and gone down with him into the sea without her leave, and she said, "O my mother, I fear for our realm, as I came to thee without letting any know, and I dread tarrying with thee, lest the state fall into disorder, and the kingdom pass from our hands. Wherefore I deem it best to return and govern the reign till it please Allah to order our son's affair for us. But look ye, forget him not, neither neglect his case, for should he come to any harm, it would infallibly kill me, since I see not the world save in him, and delight but in his life." She replied, "With love and gladness, O my daughter. Ask not what we suffer by reason of his loss and absence." Then she sent to seek for her grandson, whilst Julnar returned to her kingdom weeping-eyed and heavy-hearted, and indeed the gladness of the world was straitened upon her, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 750th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Queen Julnar returned from her mother to her own realm, her breast was straitened, and she was in ill case. So it fared with her. But as regards King Badr Basim, after Prince Jauharah had ensorcelled him, and had sent him with her handmaid to the thirsty island, saying, 'Leave him there to die of thirst,' and Marsinah had set him down in a green islet, he abode days and nights in the semblance of a bird, eating of its fruits, and drinking of its waters, and knowing not whither to go nor how to fly, till one day there came a certain fowler to the island, to catch somewhat wherewithal to get his living. He espied King Badr Basim in his form of a white-robed bird, with red bill and legs, captivating the sight and bewildering the thought, and looked thereat, said in himself, 'Verily yonder is a beautiful bird. Never saw I its like in fairness or form.' So he cast his net over Badr, and taking him, carried him to the town, mentally resolved to sell him for a high price. On his way one of the townfolk accosted him, and said, 'For how much this fowl, O fowler?' Quoth the fowler, 'What wilt thou do with him, an thou buy him?' Answered the other, 'I will cut his throat and eat him.' Whereupon said the birder, 'Who could have the heart to kill this bird and eat him? Verily I mean to present him to our king, who will give me more than thou wouldst give me, and will not kill him, but will divert himself by gazing upon his beauty and grace. For in all my life, since I have been a fowler, I never saw his like among land game or waterfowl. The utmost thou wouldst give me for him, however much thou covet him, would be a dirham, and by Allah Almighty I would not sell him.' Then he carried the bird up to the king's palace, and when the king saw it, its beauty and grace pleased him, and the red colour of its beak and legs. So he sent a eunuch to buy it, who accosted the fowler and said to him, 'Wilt thou sell this bird?' Answered he, 'Nay, 'tis a gift from me to the king.' So the eunuch carried the bird to the king, and told him what the man had said, and he took it and gave the fowler 10 dinars, whereupon he kissed the ground and fared forth. Then the eunuch carried the bird to the palace, and placing him in a fine cage, hung him up, after setting meat and drink by him. When the king came down from the divan, he said to the eunuch, 'Where is the bird? Bring it to me, that I may look upon it, for by Allah it is beautiful.' So the eunuch brought the cage and set it between the hands of the king, who looked, and seeing the food untouched, said, 'By Allah, I wis not what it will eat, that I may nourish it.' Then he called for food, and they laid the tables, and the king ate. Now when the bird saw the flesh and meat and fruits and sweetmeats, he ate of all that was upon the trays before the king, whereat the sovereign and all the bystanders marvelled, and the king said to his attendants, eunuchs, and Mamelukes, 'In all my life I never saw a bird eat as doth this bird.' Then he sent a eunuch to fetch his wife, that she might enjoy looking upon the bird, and he went in to summon her, and said, 'O my lady, the king desireth thy presence, that thou mayst divert thyself with the sight of a bird he hath bought. When we set on the food, it flew down from its cage, and perching on the table, ate of all that was on thereon. So arise, O my lady, and solace thee with the sight, for it is goodly of aspect, and it is a wonder of the wonders of the age.' Hearing these words, she came in haste, but when she noted the bird, she veiled her face and turned to fare away. The king rose up and looking at her asked, "Why dost thou veil thy face, when there is none in presence save the women and eunuchs who wait on thee and thy husband?" Answered she, "O king, this bird is not a bird, but a man like thyself." He rejoined, "Thou liest. This is too much of a jest. How should he be other than a bird?" Then she, "O king, by Allah, I do not jest with thee, nor do I tell thee aught but the truth, for verily this bird is King Badr Basim, son of King Shahriman, lord of the land of the Persians, and his mother is Julnar the Seaborn." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 38. Recording by Ravi Shankar.
Section 39 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 39. When it was the 751st night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king's wife said to the king, 'Verily, this is no bird, but a man like thyself. He is King Badr Basim, son of King Shahriman, and his mother is Julnar the Seaborn.' Quoth the king, 'And how came he in this shape?' And quoth she, 'Princess Jauharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal, hath enchanted him,' and told him all that had passed with King Badr Basim from first to last. The king marvelled exceedingly at his wife's words, and conjured her on his life to free Badr from his enchantment, for she was the notablest enchantress of her age, and not leave him in torment, saying, 'May Almighty Allah cut off Jauharah's hand for a foul witch as she is. How little is her faith, and how great her craft and perfidy.' Said the queen, 'Do thou say to him, O Badr Basim, enter yonder closet.' So the king bade him enter the closet, and he went in obediently. Then the queen veiled her face, and taking in her hand a cup of water, entered the closet, where she pronounced over the water certain incomprehensible words ending with, 'By the virtue of these mighty names and holy verses, and by the majesty of Allah Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, the quickener of the dead, and appointer of the means of daily bread, and the terms determined, quit this thy form wherein thou art, and return to the shape in which the Lord created thee.' Hardly had she made an end of her words, when the bird trembled once and became a man, and the king saw before him a handsome youth, than whom on earth's face was none goodlier. But when King Badr Basim found himself thus restored to his own form, he cried, 'There is no God but the God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God. Glory be to the Creator of all creatures, and provider of their provision, and ordainer of their life terms preordained.' Then he kissed the king's hand, and wished him long life, and the king kissed his head, and said to him, 'O Badr Basim, tell me thy history from commencement to conclusion.' So he told him his whole tale, concealing naught, and the king marvelled thereat, and said to him, 'O Badr Basim, Allah hath saved thee from the spell, but what hath thy judgment decided, and what thinkest thou to do?' Replied he, 'O King of the age, I desire thy bounty that thou equip me a ship with a company of thy servants, and all that is needful. For 'tis long since I have been absent, and I dread lest the kingdom depart from me, and I misdoubt me my mother is dead of grief for my loss, and this doubt is the stronger for that she knoweth not what is come of me, nor whether I am alive or dead. Wherefore I beseech thee, O king, to crown thy favors to me by granting me what I seek.' The king, after beholding the beauty and grace of Badr Basim, and listening to his sweet speech, said, 'I hear and obey.' So he fitted him out a ship, to which he transported all that was needful, and which he manned with a company of his servants, and Badr Basim set sail in it, after having taken leave of the king. They sailed over the sea 10 successive days with a favoring wind, but on the 11th day the ocean became troubled with exceeding trouble. The ship rose and fell, and the sailors were powerless to govern her. So they drifted at the mercy of the waves, till the craft neared a rock in mid-sea, which fell upon her and broke her up, and all on board were drowned, save King Badr Basim, who got astride one of the planks of the vessel, after having been nigh upon destruction. The plank ceased not to be borne by the set of the sea, whilst he knew not whither he went, and had no means of directing its motion, as the wind and waves wrought for 3 whole days. But on the 4th the plank grounded with him on the seashore, where he sighted a white city, as it were a dove passing white, builded upon a tongue of land that jutted out into the deep, and it was goodly of ordinance, with high towers and lofty walls against which the waves beat. When Badr Basim saw this, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, for he was well nigh dead of hunger and thirst, and dismounting from the plank, would have gone up the beach to the city, but there came down to him mules and asses and horses, in number as the sea sends, and fell to striking at him and staying him from landing. So he swam round to the back of the city, where he waded to shore, and entering the place, found none therein, and marvelled at this, saying, Would I knew to whom cloth this city belong, wherein is no lord nor any liege, and whence came these mules and asses and horses that hindered me from landing. And he mused over his case. Then he walked on at hazard till he espied an old man, a grocer. So he saluted him, and the other returned his salam, and seeing him to be a handsome young man, said to him, O youth, whence comest thou, and what brought thee to this city? Badr told him his story, at which the old man marvelled and said, O my son, didst thou see any on thy way? He replied, Indeed, O my father, I wondered in good sooth to sight a city void of folk. Quoth the Shaykh, My son, come up into the shop, lest thou perish. So Badr Basim went up into the shop and sat down, whereupon the old man set before him somewhat of food, saying, O my son, enter the inner shop. Glory be to him who hath preserved thee from yonder she, Sathanas. King Badr Basim was sore affrighted at the grocer's words, but he ate his fill and washed his hands, then glanced at his host and said to him, O my lord, what is the meaning of these words? Verily, thou hast made me fearful of this city and its folk. Replied the old man, Know, O my son, that this is the city of the magicians, and its queen is as she were she Satan, a sorceress and a mighty enchantress, passing crafty and perfidious exceedingly. All thou sawest of horses and mules and asses were once sons of Adam like thee and me. They were also strangers, for whoever entereth this city, being a young man like thyself, this miscreant witch taketh him and hometh him for 40 days, after which she enchanteth him, and he becometh a mule or a horse or an ass of those animals thou sawest on the seashore. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 752nd night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old grocer related to King Badr Basim the history of the enchantress, ending with, All these people hath she spelled, and when it was thy intent to land, they feared lest thou be transmute like themselves. So they counselled thee by signs that said, Land not, of their solicitude for thee, fearing that haply she should do with thee like as she had done with them. She possessed herself of this city, and seized it from its citizens by sorcery, and her name is Queen Lab, which being interpreted meaneth in Arabic, Almanac of the Sun. When Badr Basim heard what the old man said, he was affrighted with sore affright, and trembled like reed in wind, saying in himself, Hardly do I feel me free from the affliction wherein I was by reason of sorcery, when destiny casteth me into yet sorrier case. And he fell a musing over his condition, and that which had betided him. When the Shaykh looked at him and saw the violence of his terror, he said to him, O my son, come, sit at the threshold of the shop, and look upon yonder creatures, and upon their dress and complexion, and that wherein they are by reason of gramarye, and dread not, for the Queen and all in the city love and tender me, and will not vex my heart or trouble my mind. So King Badr Basim came out and sat at the shop door, looking out upon the folk, and there passed by him a world of creatures without number. But when the people saw him, they accosted the grocer and said to him, O elder, is this thy captive and thy prey gotten in these days? The old man replied, He is my brother's son. I heard that his father was dead, so I sent for him and brought him here that I might quench with him the fire of my homesickness. Quoth they, Verily, he is a comely youth, but we fear for him from Queen Lab, lest she turn on thee with treachery, and take him from thee, for she loveth handsome young men. Quoth the Shaykh, The Queen will not gainsay my commandment, for she loveth and tendereth me, and when she shall know that he is my brother's son, she will not molest him or afflict me in him, neither trouble my heart on his account. Then King Badr Basim abode some months with the grocer, eating and drinking, and the old man loved him with exceeding love. One day, as he sat in the shop according to his custom, behold, there came up 1,000 eunuchs with drawn swords, and clad in various kinds of raiment, and girt with jewelled girdles. All rode Arabian steeds, and bore in baldric Indian blades. They saluted the grocer as they passed his shop, and were followed by 1,000 damsels like moons, clad in various raiments of silks and satins, fringed with gold and embroidered with jewels of sorts, and spears were slung to their shoulders. In their midst rode a damsel mounted on a Rabite mare, saddled with a saddle of gold set with various kinds of jewels and jacinths, and they reached in a body the Shaykh's shop. The damsels saluted him and passed on, till, lo and behold, up came Queen Lab in great state, and seeing King Badr Basim sitting in the shop, as he were the moon at its full, was amazed at his beauty and loveliness, and became passionately enamored of him, and distraught with desire of him. So she alighted, and sitting down by King Badr Basim, said to the old man, Whence hadst thou this handsome one? And the Shaykh replied, He is my brother's son, and is lately come to me. Quoth Lab, Let him be with me this night, that I may talk with him. And quoth the old man, Wilt thou take him from me, and not enchant him? Said she, Yes. And said he, Swear to me. So she swore to him that she would not do him any hurt or ensorcel him, and bidding bring him a fine horse, saddled and bridled with a golden bridle, and decked with trappings all of gold set with jewels, gave the old man 1,000 dinars, saying, Use this. Then she took Badr Basim and carried him off, as he were the full moon on its 14th night, whilst all the folk, seeing his beauty, were grieved for him, and said, By Allah, verily, this youth deserveth not to be bewitched by yonder sorceress, the accursed. Now King Badr Basim heard all they said, but was silent, committing his case to Allah Almighty, till they came to, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 753rd night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Badr Basim ceased not faring with Queen Lab and her suite, till they came to her palace gate, where the emirs and eunuchs and lords of the realm took foot, and she bade the chamberlains dismiss her officers and grandees, who kissed ground and went away, whilst she entered the palace with Badr Basim and her eunuchs and women. Here he found a place whose like he had never seen at all, for it was builded of gold, and in its midst was a great basin brimful of water, midmost a vast flower garden. He looked at the garden and saw it abounding in birds of various kinds and colours, warbling in all manner tongues, and voices pleasurable and plaintive. And everywhere he beheld great state and dominion, and said, Glory be to God, who of his bounty and long suffering provideth those who serve other than himself. The queen sat down at a latticed window overlooking the garden on a couch of ivory, whereon was a high bed, and King Badr Basim seated himself by her side. She kissed him, and pressing him to her breast, bade her women bring a tray of food. So they brought a tray of red gold, inlaid with pearls and jewels, and spread with all manner of viands, and he and she ate till they were satisfied, and washed their hands, after which the waiting women set on flagons of gold and silver and glass, together with all kinds of flowers and dishes of dried fruits. Then the queen summoned the singing women, and there came 10 maidens, as they were moons, bending all manner of musical instruments. Queen Lab crowned a cup, and drinking it off, filled another, and passed it to King Badr Basim, who took and drank, and they ceased not to drink till they had their sufficiency. Then she bade the damsels sing, and they sang all manner modes, till it seemed to Badr Basim as if the palace danced with him for joy. His sense was ecstasied, and his breast broadened, and he forgot his strangerhood, and said in himself, Verily, this queen is young and beautiful, and I will never leave her, for her kingdom is vaster than my kingdom, and she is fairer than Princess Jalhara. So he ceased not to drink with her till eventide came, when they lighted the lamps and waxen candles, and diffused censer perfumes, nor did they leave drinking till they were both drunken, and the singing women sang the while. Then Queen Lab, being in liquor, rose from her seat and lay down on a bed, and dismissing her women, called to Badr Basim to come and sleep by her side. So he lay with her in all delight of life till the morning. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 39. Recording by Pam Castile. Section 40 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 40. When it was the 754th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the queen awoke, she repaired to the Hammam bath in the palace, King Badr Basim being with her, and they bathed and were purified, after which she clad him in the finest of raiment, and called for the service of wine. So the waiting women brought the drinking gear, and they drank. Presently the queen arose, and taking Badr Basim by the hand, sat down with him on chairs, and bade bring food, whereof they ate and washed their hands. Then the damsels fetched the drinking gear, and fruits, and flowers, and confections, and they ceased not to eat and drink, whilst the singing girls sang various airs till the evening. They gave not over eating and drinking and merrymaking for a space of 40 days, when the queen said to him, O Badr Basim, say me whether is the more pleasant, this place or the shop of thine uncle the grocer? He replied, By Allah, O queen, this is the pleasanter, for my uncle is but a beggarly man who vendeth pot herbs. She laughed at his words, and the twain lay together in the pleasantest of case till the morning, when King Badr Basim awoke from sleep, and found not Queen Lab by his side. So he said, Would heaven I knew where can she have gone? And indeed he was troubled at her absence and perplexed about the case, for she stayed away from him a great while and did not return. So he donned his dress and went seeking her, but not finding her, and he said to himself, Haply she is gone to the flower garden. Thereupon he went out into the garden and came to a running rill, beside which he saw a white she-bird, and on the stream bank a tree full of birds of various colors. And he stood and watched the birds without their seeing him. And behold, a black bird flew down upon that white she-bird, and fell to billing her pigeon fashion. Then he leapt on her and trod her 3 consecutive times, after which the bird changed and became a woman. Badr looked at her, and lo, it was Queen Lab. So he knew that the black bird was a man transmued, and that she was enamored of him, and had transformed herself into a bird that he might enjoy her. Wherefore jealousy got hold upon him, and he was wroth with the queen because of the black bird. Then he returned to his place and lay down on the carpet bed, and after an hour or so she came back to him, and fell to kissing him and jesting with him. But being sore incensed against her, he answered her not a word. She saw what was to do with him, and was assured that he had witnessed what befell her when she was a white bird, and was trodden by the black bird. Yet she discovered naught to him, but concealed what ailed her. When he had done her need, he said to her, O Queen, I would have thee give me leave to go to my uncle's shop, for I long after him, and have not seen him these 40 days. She replied, Go to him, but tarry not from me, for I cannot brook to be parted from thee, nor can I endure without thee an hour. He said, I hear and I obey, and mounting, rode to the shop of the Shaykh, the grocer, who welcomed him, and rose to him, and embracing him, said to him, How hast thou fared with yonder idolatress? He replied, I was well in health and happiness till this last night, and told him what had passed in the garden with the black bird. Now when the old man heard his words, he said, Beware of her, for know that the birds upon the tree were all young men and strangers, whom she loved and enchanted and turned into birds. That black bird thou sawest was one of her Mamelukes, whom she loved with exceeding love, till he cast his eyes upon one of her women, wherefore she changed him into a black bird. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 755th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Badr Basim acquainted the old grocer with all the doings of Queen Lab, and what he had seen of her proceedings, the Shaykh gave him to know that all the birds upon the tree were young men and strangers, whom she had enchanted, and that the black bird was one of her Mamelukes, whom she had transmued, and, continued the Shaykh, whenas she lusteth after him, she transformeth herself into a she-bird, that he may enjoy her, for she still loveth him with passionate love. When she found that thou knewest of her case, she plotted evil against thee, for she loveth thee not wholly. But no harm shall betide thee from her, so long as I protect thee. Therefore fear nothing, for I am a Moslem, by name Abdallah, and there is none in my day more magical than I. Yet do I not make use of gramarye save upon constraint. Many a time have I put to naught the sorceries of yonder accursed, and delivered folk from her, and I care not for her, because she can do me no hurt. Nay, she feareth me with exceeding fear, as do all in the city who, like her, are magicians and serve the fire, not the omnipotent sire. So tomorrow come thou to me, and tell me what she doth with thee, for this very night she will cast about to destroy thee, and I will tell thee how thou shalt do with her, that thou mayest save thyself from her malice. Then King Badr Basim farewelled the Shaykh, and returned to the queen, whom he found awaiting him. When she saw him, she rose, and seating him and welcoming him, brought him meat and drink, and the two ate till they had enough, and washed their hands. After which she called for wine, and they drank till the night was well nigh half spent, when she plied him with cup after cup, till he was drunken and lost sense and wit. When she saw him thus, she said to him, I conjure thee by Allah, and by whatso thou worshippest, if I ask thee a question, wilt thou inform me rightly and answer me truly? And he being drunken answered, Yes, O my lady. Quoth she, O my lord and light of mine eyes, when thou awokest last night and foundest me not, thou soughtest me, till thou sawest me in the garden under the guise of a white she-bird, and also thou sawest the blackbird leap on me and tread me. Now I will tell the truth of this matter. That black bird was one of my Mamelukes, whom I loved with exceeding love. But one day he cast his eyes upon a certain of my slave girls, wherefore jealousy gat hold upon me, and I transformed him by my spells into a blackbird, and her I slew. But now I cannot endure without him a single hour. So whenever I lust after him, I change myself into a she-bird and go to him, that he may leap me and enjoy me, even as thou hast seen. Art thou not therefore incensed against me because of this? Albeit by the virtue of fire and light, shade and heat, I love thee more than ever, and have made thee my portion of the world? He answered, being drunken, Thy conjecture of the cause of my rage is correct, and it had no reason other than this. With this she embraced him, and kissed him, and made great show of love to him. Then she lay down to sleep, and he by her side. Presently, about midnight, she rose from the carpet-bed, and King Badr Basim was awake, but he feigned sleep and watched stealthily to see what she would do. She took out of a red bag a something red, which she planted amiddlemost the chamber, and it became a stream, running like the sea. After which she took a handful of barley, and strewing it on the ground, watered it with water from the river, whereupon it became wheat in the ear, and she gathered it and ground it into flour. Then she set it aside, and returning to bed, lay down by Badr Basim till morning, when he arose and washed his face, and asked her leave to visit the Shite his uncle. She gave him permission, and he repaired to Abdallah, and told him what had passed. The old man laughed and said, By Allah, this miscreant which plotteth mischief against thee, but reck thou not of her ever. Then he gave him a pound of parched corn, and said to him, Take this with thee, and know that, when she seeth it, she will ask thee, What is this, and what wilt thou do with it? Do thou answer, Abundance of good things is good, and eat of it. Then will she bring forth to thee parched grain of her own, and say to thee, Eat of this sawak, and do thou feign to her that thou eatest thereof, but eat of this instead, and beware and have a care lest thou eat of hers even a grain, for an thou eat so much as a grain thereof, her spells will have power over thee, and she will enchant thee and say to thee, Leave this form of a man, whereupon thou wilt quit thine own shape for what shape she will. But an thou eat not thereof, her enchantments will be null and void, and no harm will betide thee therefrom. Whereat she will be shamed with shame exceeding, and say to thee, I did but jest with thee. Then she will make a show of love and fondness to thee, but this will all be but hypocrisy in her and craft. And do thou also make a show of love to her, and say to her, O my lady and light of mine eyes, eat of this parched barley, and see how delicious it is. And if she eat thereof, though it be but a grain, take water in thy hand, and throw it in her face, saying, Quit this human form, for what form soever thou wilt have her take. Then leave her and come to me, and I will counsel thee what to do. So Badr Basim took leave of him, and returning to the palace, went in to the queen, who said to him, Welcome and well come, and good cheer to thee. And she rose and kissed him, saying, Thou hast tarried long from me, O my lord. He replied, I have been with my uncle, and he gave me to eat of this sawak. Quoth she, We have better than that. Then she laid his parched sawak in one plate, and hers in another, and said to him, Eat of this, for 'tis better than thine. So he feigned to eat of it, and when she thought he had done so, she took water in her hand, and sprinkled him therewith, saying, Quit this form, O thou gallows bird, thou miserable, and take that of a mule one-eyed and foul of favour. But he changed not, which when she saw, she arose and went up to him, and kissed him between the eyes, saying, O my beloved, I did but jest with thee. Bear me no malice because of this. Quoth he, O my lady, I bear thee no whit of malice, nay, I am assured that thou lovest me, but eat of this my parched barley. So she ate a mouthful of Abdallah's sawik, but no sooner had it settled in her stomach than she was convulsed, and King Badr Basim took water in his palm and threw it in her face, saying, Quit this human form, and take that of a dapple mule. No sooner had he spoken than she found herself changed into a she-mule, whereupon the tears rolled down her cheeks, and she fell to rubbing her muzzle against his feet. Then he would have bridled her, but she would not take the bit. So he left her, and going to the grocer, told him what had passed. Abdallah brought out for him a bridle, and bade him rein her forthwith. So he took it to the palace, and when she saw him, she came up to him, and he set the bit in her mouth, and mounting her, rode forth to find the sheikh. But when the old man saw her, he rose and said to her, Almighty Allah confound thee, O accursed woman. Then quoth he to Badr, O my son, there is no more tarrying for thee in this city. So ride her and fare with her whither thou wilt, and beware lest thou commit the bridle to any. King Badr thanked him, and farewelling him, fared on 3 days without ceasing, till he drew near another city, and there met him an old man, grey-headed and comely, who said to him, Whence comest thou, O my son? Badr replied, From the city of this witch. And the old man said, Thou art my guest tonight. He consented and went with him. But by the way, behold, they met an old woman, who wept when she saw the mule, and said, There is no God but the God. Verily, this mule resembleth my son's she-mule, which is dead, and my heart acheth for her. So Allah upon thee, O my lord, do thou sell her to me. He replied, By Allah, O my mother, I cannot sell her. But she cried, Allah upon thee, do not refuse my request, for my son will surely be a dead man except I buy him this mule. And she importuned him till he exclaimed, I will not sell her save for 1,000 dinars, saying in himself, Whence should this old woman get 1,000 gold pieces? Thereupon she brought out from her girdle a purse containing 1,000 ducats, which, when King Badr Basim saw, he said, O my mother, I did but jest with thee. I cannot sell her. But the old man looked at him and said, O my son, in this city none may lie, for whoso lieth they put to death. So King Badr Basim lighted down from the mule, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 756th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Badr Basim dismounted from and delivered the mule to the old woman, she drew the bit from her mouth, and taking water in her hand, sprinkled the mule therewith, saying, O my daughter, quit this shape for that form wherein thou wast aforetime. Upon this she was straightway restored to her original semblance, and the two women embraced and kissed each other. So King Badr Basim knew that the old woman was Queen Lab's mother, and that he had been tricked and would have fled, when lo, the old woman whistled a loud whistle, and her call was obeyed by an Ifrit, as he were a great mountain, whereat Badr was affrighted and stood still. Then the old woman mounted on the Ifrit's back, taking her daughter behind her, and King Badr Basim before her, and the Ifrit flew off with them. Nor was it a full hour ere they were in the palace of Queen Lab, who sat down on the throne of kingship, and said to Badr, Gallows bird that thou art, now am I come hither, and have attained to that I desired, and soon will I show thee how I will do with thee and with yonder old man the grocer. How many favours have I shown him, yet he cloth me frowardness, for thou hast not attained thine end but by means of him. Then she took water and sprinkled him therewith, saying, Quit the shape wherein thou art for the form of a foul-favoured fowl, the foulest of all fowls. And she set him in a cage, and cut off from him meat and drink. But one of her women, seeing this cruelty, took compassion on him, and gave him food and water without her knowledge. One day the damsel took her mistress at unawares, and going forth the palace, repaired to the old grocer, to whom she told the whole case, saying, Queen Lab is minded to make an end of thy brother's son. The Shaykh thanked her and said, There is no help but that I take the city from her, and make thee queen thereof in her stead. Then he whistled a loud whistle, and there came forth to him an Ifrit with 4 wings, to whom he said, Take up this damsel, and carry her to the city of Julnar the Sea-born, and her mother Farashah, for they twain are the most powerful magicians on face of earth. And he said to the damsel, When thou comest thither, tell them that King Badr Basim is Queen Lab's captive. Then the Ifrit took up his load, and flying off with her, in a little while set her down upon the terrace roof of Queen Julnar's palace. So she descended, and going in to the queen, kissed the earth, and told her what had passed to her son, first and last. Whereupon Julnar rose to her, and entreated her with honour, and thanked her. Then she let beat the drums in the city, and acquainted her lieges and the lords of her realm with the good news that King Badr Basim was found. After which she and her mother Farashah and her brother Salih assembled all the tribes of the Jinn and the troops of the Main, for the kings of the Jinn obeyed them since the taking of King Al-Samandal. Presently they all flew up into the air, and lighting down on the city of the sorceress, sacked the town and the palace, and slew all the unbelievers therein in the twinkling of an eye. Then said Julnar to the damsel, Where is my son? And the slave girl brought her the cage, and signing to the bird within, cried, This is thy son. So Julnar took him forth from the cage, and sprinkled him with water, saying, Quit this shape for the form wherein thou wast aforetime. Nor had she made an end of her speech, ere he shook and became a man as before. Whereupon his mother, seeing him restored to human shape, embraced him, and he wept with sore weeping. On likewise did his uncle Salih, and his grandmother, and the daughters of his uncle, and fell to kissing his hands and feet. Then Julnar sent for Shaykh Abdallah, and thanking him for his kind dealing with her son, married him to the damsel whom he had dispatched to her with news of him, and made him king of the city. Moreover, she summoned those who survived of the citizens, and they were Moslems, and made them swear fealty to him, and take the oath of loyalty, whereto they replied, hearkening and obedience. Then she and her company farewelled him, and returned to their own capital. The townsfolk came out to meet them, with drums beating, and decorated the place 3 days, and held high festival of the greatness of their joy for the return of their king Badr Basim. After this Badr said to his mother, O my mother, naught remains but that I marry, and we be all united. She replied, Right is thy rede, O my son, but wait till we ask who befitteth thee among the daughters of the kings. And his grandmother Farashah and the daughters of both his uncles said, O Badr Basim, we will help thee to win thy wish forthright. Then each of them arose and fared forth questing in the lands, whilst Julnar sent out her waiting women on the necks of Ifrits, bidding them leave not a city nor a king's palace without noting all the handsome girls that were therein. But when King Badr Basim saw the trouble they were taking in this matter, he said to Julnar, O my mother, leave this thing, for none will content me save Jahara, daughter of King Al-Samandal, for that she is indeed a jewel according to her name. Replied Julnar, I know that which thou seekest, and bade forthright bring Al-Samandal the king. As soon as he was present, she sent for Badr Basim and acquainted him with the king's coming, whereupon he went in to him. Now when Al-Samandal was aware of his presence, he rose to him and saluted him and bade him welcome, and King Badr Basim demanded of him his daughter Jahara in marriage. Quoth he, She is thine handmaid and at thy service and disposition, and dispatched some of his suite, bidding them seek her abode, and after telling her that her sire was in the hands of King Badr Basim, to bring her forthright. So they flew up into the air and disappeared, and they returned after a while with the princess who, as soon as she saw her father, went up to him and threw her arms round his neck. Then looking at her, he said, O my daughter, know that I have given thee in wedlock to this magnanimous sovereign and valiant lion, King Badr Basim, son of Queen Julnar the Sea-born, for that he is the goodliest of the folk of his day, and most powerful, and the most exalted of them in degree, and the noblest in rank. He befitteth none but thee, and thou none but him. Answered she, I may not gainsay thee, O my sire, do as thou wilt, for indeed chagrin and despite are at an end, and I am one of his handmaids. So they summoned the Qazi and the witnesses, who drew up the marriage contract between King Badr Basim and the Princess Jahara. And the citizens decorated the city and beat the drums of rejoicing, and they released all who were in the jails, whilst the king clothed the widows and orphans, and bestowed robes of honor upon the lords of the realm, and emirs and grandees. And they made bride feast, and held high festival night and morn 10 days, at the end of which time they displayed the bride in 9 different dresses before King Badr Basim, who bestowed an honorable robe upon King Al-Samandal, and sent him back to his country and people and kinsfolk. And they ceased not from living the most delectable of life and the most solaceful of days, eating and drinking and enjoying every luxury, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies, and this is the end of their story. May Allah have mercy on them all. Moreover, O auspicious king, a tale is also told anent King Muhammad bin Sabaik and the merchant Hassan. There was once, in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before, a king of the kings of the Persians, by name Muhammad bin Sabaik, who ruled over Khorasan land, and used every year to go on razzia into the countries of the miscreants, in Hind and Sind and China, and the lands of Maywar Anar beyond the Oxus, and other regions of the barbarians, and what not else. He was a just king, a valiant and a generous, and loved table talk and tales and verses and anecdotes and histories and entertaining stories and legends of the ancients. Whoso knew a rare recital and related it to him in such fashion as to please him, he would bestow on him a sumptuous robe of honor, and clothe him from head to foot, and give him 1,000 dinars, and mount him on a horse saddled and bridled, besides other great gifts, and the man would take all this and wend his way. Now it chanced that one day there came an old man before him, and related to him a rare story, which pleased the king, and made him marvel. So he ordered him a magnificent present, amongst other things 1,000 dinars of Khorasan, and a horse with its housings and trappings. After this, the fruit of the king's munificence was blazed abroad in all countries, and there heard of him a man, Hassan the merchant hight, who was a generous, open-handed and learned, a scholar and an accomplished poet. Now the king had an envious wazir, a multum in parvo of ill, loving no man, rich nor poor, and whoso came before the king, and he gave him aught, he envied him, and said, Verily, this fashion annihilateth wealth and ruineth the land, and such is the custom of the king. But this was naught save envy and despite in that minister. Presently the king heard talk of Hassan the merchant, and sending for him, said to him, as soon as he came into the presence, O merchant Hassan, this wazir of mine vexeth and thwarteth me concerning the money I give to poets and boon companions and storytellers and gleemen, and I would have thee tell me a goodly history and a rare story, such as I have never before heard. And it please me, I will give thee lands galore, with their forts, in free tenure, in addition to thy fiefs and untaxed lands, besides which I will put my whole kingdom in thy hands, and make thee my chief wazir. So shalt thou sit on my right hand, and rule my subjects. But an thou bring me not that which I bid thee, I will take all that is thy hand, and banish thee my realm. Replied Hassan, hearkening and obedience to our lord the king. But thy slave beseecheth thee to have patience with him a year. Then will he tell thee a tale, such as thou hast never in thy life heard, neither hath other than thou heard its like, not to say a better than it. Quoth the king, I grant thee a whole year's delay. And he called for a costly robe of honor, wherein he robed Hassan, saying, Keep thy house, and mount not horse, neither go nor come for a year's time, till thou bring me that I seek of thee, and thou bring it, especial favour awaiteth thee, and thou mayst count upon that which I have promised thee. But an thou bring it not, thou art not of us, nor are we of thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 40. Recording by Pam Castile.
Section number 41 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 41. When it was the 757th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Mohammed, son of Sabaik, said to Hasan the merchant, And thou bring me that I seek of thee, a special favour awaiteth thee, and thou mayest now rejoice in that which I have promised thee. But an thou bring it not, thou art not of us, nor are we of thee. Hasan kissed ground before the king, and went out from the presence. Then he chose 5 of the best of his Mamelukes, who could all write and read, and were learned, intelligent, accomplished, and he gave each of them 5,000 dinars, saying, I reared you not save for the like of this day. So do ye help me to further the king's desire, and deliver me from his hand. Quoth they, What wilt thou have us do? Our lives be thy ransom. Quoth he, I wish you to go each to a different country, and seek out diligently the learned and erudite and literate, and the tellers of wondrous stories and marvelous histories, and do your endeavour to procure me the story of Saif al-Muluk. If ye find it with any one, pay him what price soever he asketh for it, although he demand 1,000 dinars. Give him what ye may, and promise him the rest, and bring me the story. For whoso happeneth upon it, and bringeth it to me, I will bestow on him a costly robe of honour and largesse galore, and there shall be to me none more worshipped than he. Then he said to one of them, Hie thou to Al-Hind and Al-Sind, and all their provinces and dependencies. To another, Hie thou to the home of the Persians, and to China and her climates. To the third, Hie thou to the land of Khorasan with its districts. To the fourth, Hie thou to Mauritania, and all its regions, districts, provinces, and quarters. And to the fifth, Hie thou to Syria and Egypt and their outliers. Moreover, he chose them at an auspicious day, and said to them, Fare ye forth this day, and be diligent in the accomplishment of my need, and be not slothful, though the case cost you your lives. So they farewelled him, and departed, each taking the direction prescribed to him. Now 4 of them were absent 4 months, and searched, but found nothing. So they returned and told their master, whose breast was straitened, that they had ransacked towns and cities and countries for the thing he sought, but had happened upon naught thereof. Meanwhile the 5th servant journeyed till he came to the land of Syria, and entered Damascus, which he found a pleasant city and a secure, abounding in trees and rills, leas and fruiteries, and birds chanting the praises of Allah the One, the all-powerful of sway, creator of night and day. Here he tarried some time, asking for his master's desire, but none answered him. Wherefore he was on the point of departing thence to another place, when he met a young man running and stumbling over his skirts. So he asked of him, Wherefore runnest thou in such eagerness, and whither dost thou press? And he answered, There is an elder here, a man of learning, who every day at this time taketh his seat on a stool, and relateth tales and stories and delectable anecdotes, whereof never heard any the like. And I am running to get a place near him, and I fear I shall find no room, because of the much folk. Quoth the Mameluke, Take me with thee. And quoth the youth, Make haste in thy walking. So he shut his door, and hastened with him to the place of recitation, where he saw an old man of bright favor seated on a stool, holding forth to the folk. He sat down near him and addressed himself to hear his story, till the going down of the sun, when the old man made an end of his tale, and the people, having heard it all, dispersed from about him. Whereupon the Mameluke accosted him, and saluted him, and he returned his salam, and greeted him with the utmost worship and courtesy. Then said the messenger to him, O my lord Sheikh, thou art a comely and reverend man, and thy discourse is goodly, but I would fain ask of thee somewhat. Replied the old man, Ask of what thou wilt. Then said the Mameluke, Hast thou heard the story of Saif al-Muluk and Badi'a al-Jamal? Rejoined the elder, And who told thee of this story, and informed thee thereof? Answered the messenger, None told me of it, but I am come from a far country in quest of this tale, and I will pay thee whatever thou askest for its price, if thou have it, and wilt of thy bounty and charity impart it to me, and make it an alms to me, of the generosity of thy nature. For, had I my life in my hand, and lavished it upon thee for this thing, yet were it pleasing to my heart. Replied the old man, Be of good cheer, and keep thine eye cool and clear. Thou shalt have it, but this is no story that one telleth in the beaten highway, nor do I give it to every one. Cried the other, By Allah, O my lord, do not grudge it me, but ask of me what price thou wilt. And the old man, If thou wish for the history, give me 100 dinars, and thou shalt have it, but upon 5 conditions. Now when the Mameluke knew that the old man had the story, and was willing to sell it to him, he joyed with exceeding joy, and said, I will give thee the 100 dinars by way of price, and 10 to boot as a gratuity, and take it on the conditions of which thou speakest. Said the old man, Then go and fetch the gold pieces, and take that thou seekest. So the messenger kissed his hands, and joyful and happy returned to his lodging, where he laid 110 dinars in a purse he had by him. As soon as morning morrowed, he donned his clothes, and taking the dinars, repaired to the storyteller, whom he found seated at the door of his house. So he saluted him, and the other returned his salam. Then he gave him the gold, and the old man took it, and carrying the messenger into his house, made him sit down in a convenient place, when he set before him ink case and reed pen and paper, and giving him a book, said to him, Write out what thou seekest of the night story of Saif al-Muluk from this book. Accordingly the Mameluke fell to work, and wrote till he had made an end of his copy, when he read it to the old man, and he corrected it, and presently said to him, Know, O my son, that my 5 conditions are as follows. Firstly, that thou tell not this story in the beaten high road, nor before women and slave girls, nor to black slaves, nor featherheads, nor again to boys, but read it only before kings and emirs and wazirs and men of learning, such as expounders of the Koran and others. Whereupon the messenger accepted the conditions, and kissing the old man's hand, took leave of him, and fared forth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 758th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Mameluke of Hassan the merchant had copied the tale out of the book belonging to the old man of Damascus, and had accepted his conditions and farewelled him, he fared forth on the same day, glad and joyful, and journeyed on diligently of the excess of his contentment, for that he had gotten the story of Saif al-Muluk, till he came to his own country, when he dispatched his servant to bear the good news to his master, and say to him, Thy Mameluke is come back in safety, and hath won his will and his aim. Now of the term appointed between Hassan and the king, there wanted but 10 days. Then, after taking rest in his own quarters, he himself went in to the merchant, and told him all that had befallen him, and gave him the book containing the story of Saif al-Muluk and Badi'a al-Jamal. When Hassan joyed with exceeding joy at the sight, and bestowed on him all the clothes he had on, and gave him 10 thoroughbred horses, and the like number of camels, and mules, and 3 negro chattels, and 2 white slaves. Then Hasan took the book and copied out the story plainly in his own hand, after which he presented himself before the king, and said to him, O thou auspicious king, I have brought thee a knight's story and a rarely pleasant relation, whose like none ever heard at all. When these words reached the king's ear, he sent forthright for all the emirs, who were men of understanding, and all the learned doctors and folk of erudition, and culture, and poets and wits, and Hasan sat down and read the history before the king, who marveled thereat, and approved it, as did all who were present, and they showered gold and silver and jewels upon the merchant. Moreover, the king bestowed on him a costly robe of honor, the richest of his raiment, and gave him a great city with its castles and outliers. And he appointed him one of his chief wazirs, and seated him on his right hand. Then he caused the scribes write the story in letters of gold, and lay it up in his privy treasures, and whenever his breast was straitened, he would summon Hasan, and he would read him the story, which was as follows. Story of Prince Saif al-Muluk and the Princess Badi al-Jamal. There was once, in days of old, and in ages and times long told, a king in Egypt named Asim bin Safwan, who was a liberal and beneficent sovereign, venerable and majestic. He owned many cities and sconces, and fortresses and troops, and warriors, and had a wazir named Faris ben Salih, and he and all his subjects worshipped the sun and the fire, instead of the all-powerful sire, the glorious, the victorious. Now this king was become a very old man, weakened and wasted with age and sickness and decrepitude, for he had lived 180 years, and had no child, male or female, by reason whereof he was ever in cark and care from morning to night, and from night to morn. It so happened that one day of these days he was sitting on the throne of his kingship, with his emirs and wazirs and captains and grandees in attendance on him, according to their custom, in their several stations, and whenever there came in an emir who had with him a son, or 2 sons, or haply 3, who stood at the sides of their sires, the king envied him, and said in himself, Every one of these is happy, and rejoiceth in his children, whilst I have no child, and tomorrow I die, and leave my reign and throne and lands and hordes, and strangers will take them, and none will bear me in memory, nor will there remain any mention of me in the world. Then he became drowned in the sea of thought, and for the much thronging of griefs and anxieties upon his ear, like travellers faring for the well, he shed tears, and descending from his throne, sat down upon the floor, weeping and humbling himself before the Lord. Now when the wazir and notables of the realm, and others who were present in the assembly, saw him do thus with his royal person, they feared for their lives, and let the poursuivants cry aloud to the lieges, saying, Hie ye to your homes, and rest until the king recover from what aileth him. So they went away, leaving none in the presence save the minister, who, as soon as the king came to himself, kissed ground between his hands, and said, O king of the age and the time, wherefore this weeping and wailing? Tell me who hath transgressed against thee, of the kings, or castellans, or emirs, or grandees, and inform me who hath thwarted thee, O my liege lord, that we may all fall on him, and tear his soul from his 2 sides. But he spake not, neither raised his head. Whereupon the minister kissed ground before him a second time, and said to him, O master, I am even as thy son and thy slave, nay, I have reared thee, yet know I not the cause of thy cark and chagrin, and of this thy case. And who should know but I, who should stand in my stead between thy hands? Tell me, therefore, why this weeping, and wherefore thine affliction? Nevertheless, the king neither opened his mouth nor raised his head, but ceased not to weep and cry with a loud crying, and lament with exceeding lamentation, and ejaculate, Alas! The wazir took patience with him a while, after which he said to him, Except thou tell me the cause of this thine affliction, I will set this sword to my heart, and will slay myself before thine eyes, rather than see thee thus distressed. Then King Asim raised his head, and wiping away his tears, said, O minister of good counsel and experience, leave me to my care and my chagrin, for that which is in my heart of sorrow sufficeth me. But Faris said, Tell me, O king, the cause of this thy weeping. Haply Allah will appoint thee relief at my hands. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 759th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wazir said to King Asim, Tell me the cause of this thy weeping. Haply Allah shall appoint thee relief at my hands. Replied the king, O wazir, I weep not for monies, nor horses, nor kingdoms, nor aught else, but that I am become an old man, yea, very old, nigh upon 180 years of age, and I have not been blessed with a child, male or female. So when I die, they will bury me, and my trace will be effaced, and my name cut off. The stranger will take my throne and reign, and none will ever make mention of my being. Rejoined the minister Faris, O king of the age, I am older than thou by 100 years, yet I have never been blessed with boon of child, and cease not day and night from cark and care and concern. So how shall we do, I and thou? Quoth Asim, O wazir, thou hast no device or shift in this matter? And quoth the minister, Know, O king, that I have heard of a sovereign in the land of Sabah, by name Solomon Davidson, upon the twain be the peace, who pretendeth to prophetship, and avoucheth that he hath a mighty Lord who can do all things, and whose kingdom is in the heavens, and who hath dominion over all mankind, and birds, and beasts, and over the wind and the jinn. Moreover, he kenneth the speech of birds, and the language of every other created thing, and withal he calleth all creatures to the worship of his Lord, and discourseth to them of their service. So let us send him a messenger in the king's name, and seek of him our need, beseeching him to put up prayer to his Lord, that he vouchsafe each of us boon of issue. If his faith be soothfast, and his Lord omnipotent, he will assuredly bless each of us with a child, male or female, and if the thing thus fall out, we will enter his faith and worship his Lord. Else we will take patience and devise us another device. The king cried, This is well seen, and my breast is broadened by this thy speech. But where shall we find a messenger befitting this grave matter? For that this Solomon is no kinglet, and the approaching him is no light affair. Indeed, I will send him none on the like of this matter, save thyself, for thou art ancient and versed in all manner affairs, and the like of thee is the like of myself. Wherefore I desire that thou weary thyself and journey to him, and occupy thyself sedulously with accomplishing this matter, so haply solace may be at thy hand. The minister said, I hear and I obey, but rise thou forthwith and seat thee upon the throne, so the emirs and lords of the realm and officers in the lieges may enter applying themselves to thy service, according to their custom. For they all went away from thee, troubled at heart on thine account. Then will I go out and set forth on the sovereign's errand. So the king arose forthright and sat down on the throne of his kingship, whilst the wazir went out and said to the chamberlain, Bid the folk proceed to their service as of their wont. Accordingly, the troops and captains and lords of the land entered, after they had spread the tables, and ate and drank, and withdrew as was their wont, after which the wazir Faris went forth from King Asim, and repairing to his own house, equipped himself for travel, and returned to the king, who opened to him the treasuries, and provided him with rarities, and things of price, and rich stuffs and gear without compare, such as nor emir nor wazir hath power to possess. Moreover, King Hasim charged him to accost Solomon with reverence, foregoing him with the salam, but not exceeding in speech. And, continued he, then do thou ask of him thy need, and if he say 'tis granted, return to us in haste, for I shall be awaiting thee. Accordingly the minister kissed hands, and took the presents, and setting out fared on night and day, till he came within 15 days' journey of Sabah. Meanwhile Allah, extolled and exalted be he, inspired Solomon the son of David, the peace be upon both, and said to him, O Solomon, the king of Egypt sendeth unto thee his chief wazir with a present of rarities and such things of price. So do thou also dispatch thy counselor, Asaph bin Barkhaya, to meet him with honor and with victual at the halting places. And when he cometh to thy presence, say unto him, Verily thy king hath sent thee in quest of this and that, and thy business is thus and thus. Then do thou propound to him the saving faith. Whereupon Solomon bade his vizier make ready a company of his retainers, and go forth to meet the minister of Egypt with honor and sumptuous provision at the halting places. So Asaph made ready all that was needed for their entertainment, and setting out fared on till he fell in with Pharis, and accosted him with a salam, honoring him and his company with exceeding honor. Moreover, he brought them provant and provender at the halting places, and said to them, Welcome and welcome, and fair welcome to the coming guests. Rejoice in the certain winning of your wish. Be your souls of good cheer, and your eyes cool and clear, and your breasts be broadened. Quoth Pharis in himself, Who hath acquainted him with this? And he said to Asaph, O my lord, and who gave thee to know of us and our need? It was Solomon, son of David, on whom be the peace, told us of this. And who told our Lord Solomon? The Lord of the heaven and the earth told him, the God of all creatures. This is none other than a mighty God. And do ye not worship him? We worship the sun and prostrate ourselves thereto. O Wazir Pharis, the sun is but a star of the stars created by Allah, extolled and exalted be he, and Allah forbid that it should be a lord, because whiles it riseth and whiles it setteth, but our Lord is ever present and never absent, and he over all things is omnipotent. Then they journeyed on a little while, till they came to the land Sabah, and drew near the throne of Solomon Davidson, upon the twain be peace, who commanded his hosts of men and jinn and others to form line on their road, so the beasts of the sea and the elephants and leopards and lynxes and all beasts of the land ranged himself in espalier on either side of the way, after their several kinds. And similarly the jinn drew out in 2 ranks, appearing all to mortal eyes without concealment, in divers forms grisly and gruesome. So they lined the road on either hand, and the birds bespread their wings over the host of creatures to shade them, warbling one to other in all manner of voices and tongues. Now when the people of Egypt came to this terrible array, they dreaded it, and durst not proceed. But Asaph said to them, Pass on amidst them, and walk forward, and fear them not, for they are slaves of Solomon, son of David, and none of them will harm you. So saying, he entered between the ranks, followed by all the folk, and amongst them the Wazir of Egypt and his company, fearful, and they ceased not faring forwards till they reached the city, where they lodged the embassy in the guest house, and for the space of 3 days entertained them sumptuously, entreating them with the utmost honor. Then they carried them before Solomon, prophet of Allah, on whom be the peace, and when entering they would have kissed the earth before him, but he forbade them, saying, It befitteth not a man to prostrate himself to earth, save before Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, creator of earth and heaven, and all other things. Wherefore, whosoever of you hath meant to sit, let him be seated in my service, or to stand, let him stand, but let none stand to do me worship. So they obeyed him, and the Wazir Pharis and some of his intimates sat down, while certain of the lesser sort remained afoot to wait on him. When they had sat a while, the servants spread the tables, and they all, men and beasts, ate their sufficiency. Then Solomon bade Pharis expound his errand, that it might be accomplished, saying, Speak and hide naught of that wherefore thou art come, for I know why ye come, and what is your errand which is thus and thus. the king of Egypt, who dispatched thee, a Simhite become a very old man, infirm, decrepit, and Allah, whose name be exalted, hath not blessed him with offspring, male or female. So he abode in cark and care and chagrin, from morn to night, and from night to morn. It so happened that one day of these days, as he sat upon the throne of his kingship with his emirs and wazirs and captains and grandees in attendance on him, he saw some of them with 2 sons, others with 1, and others even 3, who came with their sires to do him service. So he said in himself, of the excess of his sorrow, Who shall get my kingdom after my death? Will any save a stranger take it? And thus shall I pass out of being as though I had never been? On this account he became drowned in the sea of thought, until his eyes were flooded with tears, and he covered his face with his kerchief, and wept with sore weeping. Then he rose from off his throne, and sat down upon the floor, wailing and lamenting, and none knew what was in his heart as he gravelled in the ground, save Allah Almighty. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 42. When it was the 760th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Solomon David's son, upon both of whom be peace, after disclosing to the Wazir Faris that which had passed between himself and his master, King Asim, said to him, Is this that I have told thee the truth, O Wazir? Replied Faris, O Prophet of Allah, this thou hast said is indeed sooth and verity, but when we discoursed of this matter, none was with the king and myself, nor were any aware of our case. Who then told thee of all these things? Answered Solomon, They were told to me by my Lord, who knoweth whatso is concealed from the eye, and what is hidden in the breasts. Quoth Faris, O Prophet of Allah, verily this is none other than a mighty Lord and an omnipotent God, and he Islamized with all his many. Then said Solomon to him, Thou hast with thee such and such presents and rarities. And Faris replied, Yes. The Prophet continued, I accept them all, and give them in free gift unto thee. So do ye rest, thou and thy company, in the place where you have been lodging, until the fatigue of the journey shall cease from you. And tomorrow, inshallah, thine errand shall be accomplished to the uttermost, if it be the will of Allah, the Most High, Lord of heaven and earth, and the light which followeth the gloom, Creator of all creatures. So Faris returned to his quarters, and passed the night in deep thought. But when the morning morrowed, he presented himself before the Lord Solomon, who said to him, When thou returnest to King Asim bin Safwan, and you twain are reunited, do ye both go forth some day, armed with bow, bolts, and brand, and fare to such a place, where ye shall find a certain tree. Mount upon it, and sit silent until the mid-hour between noon prayer and that of mid-afternoon, when the noontide heat hath cooled. Then descend and look at the foot of the tree, whence ye will see 2 serpents come forth, one with a head like an ape's, and the other with a head like an ifrit's. Shoot them ye twain with bolts, and kill them both, then cut off a span's length from their heads, and the like from their tails, and throw it away. The rest of the flesh cook, and cook well, and give it to your wives to eat. Then lie with them that night, and, by Allah's leave, they shall conceive and bear male children. Moreover, he gave them a seal ring, a sword, and a wrapper containing 2 tunics embroidered with gold and jewels, saying, O Wazir Faris, when your sons grow up to a man's estate, give to each of them one of these tunics. Then said he, In the name of Allah, may the Almighty accomplish your desire. And now nothing remaineth for thee but to depart, relying on the blessing of the Lord, the Most High, For the king looketh for thy return night and day, and his eye is ever gazing on the road. So the wazir advanced to the prophet Solomon, son of David, upon both of whom be the peace, and farewelled him, and fared forth from him, after kissing his hands. Rejoicing in the accomplishment of his errand, he travelled on with all diligence night and day, and ceased not wayfaring till he drew near to Cairo, when he dispatched one of his servants to acquaint King Asim with his approach and the successful issue of his journey. Which, when the king heard, he joyed with exceeding joy, he and his grandees and officers and troops, especially in the wazir's safe return. When they met, the minister dismounted, and kissing ground before the king, gave him the glad news anent the winning of his wish in fullest fashion. After which he expounded the true faith to him, and the king and all his people embraced al-Islam with much joy and gladness. Then said Asim to his wazir, Go home and rest this night, and a week to boot. Then go to the hammam bath, and come to me, that I may inform thee of what we shall have to consider. So Faris kissed ground and withdrew with his suite, pages and eunuchs, to his house, where he rested 8 days. After which he repaired to the king, and related to him all that had passed between Solomon and himself, adding, Do thou rise and go forth with me alone. Then the king and the minister took 2 bows and 2 bolts, and repairing to the tree indicated by Solomon, clomb up into it, and there sat in silence till the midday heat had passed away, and it was near upon the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, when they descended, and looking about them saw a serpent couple issue from the roots of the tree. The king gazed at them, marveling to see them ringed with collars of gold about their necks, and said to Faris, O wazir, verily these snakes have golden torques. By Allah, this is forsooth a rare thing. Let us catch them and set them in a cage and keep them to look upon. But the minister said, These hath Allah created for profitable use. So do thou shoot one, and I will shoot the other with these our shafts. Accordingly they shot at them with arrows, and slew them, after which they cut off a span's length of their heads and tails, and threw it away, when they carried the rest to the king's palace, where they called the kitchener, and giving him the flesh, said, Dress this meat daintily, with onion sauce and spices, and ladle it out into 2 saucers, and bring them hither at such an hour without delay. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 761st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king and the wazir gave the serpent's flesh to the kitchener, saying, Cook it, and ladle it out into 2 saucers, and bring them hither without delay. The cook took the meat, and went with it to the kitchen, where he cooked it, and dressed it in skilful fashion, with a mighty fine onion sauce and hot spices, after which he ladled it out into 2 saucers, and set them before the king and the wazir, who took each a dish, and gave their wives to eat of the meat. Then they went in that night unto them, and knew them carnally, and by the good pleasure of Allah, extolled and exalted be He, and His all might and furtherance, they both conceived on one and the same night. The king abode 3 months, troubled in mind, and saying in himself, I wonder whether this thing will prove true or untrue, till one day, as the lady his queen was sitting, the child stirred in her womb, and she felt a pain, and her color changed. So she knew that she was with child, and calling the chief of her eunuchs, gave him the command, Go to the king, wherever he may be, and congratulate him, saying, O king of the age, I bring thee the glad tidings that our lady's pregnancy is become manifest, for the child stirreth in her womb. So the eunuch went out in haste, rejoicing, and finding the king alone, with cheek on palm, pondering this thing, kissed ground between his hands, and acquainted him with his wife's pregnancy. When the king heard his words, he sprang to his feet, and in the excess of his joy he kissed the eunuch's hands and head, and doffing the clothes he had on, gave them to him. Moreover, he said to those who were present in his assembly, Whoso loveth me, let them bestow largesse upon this man. when they gave him of coin and jewels, and jacinths, and horses and mules, and estates and gardens, what was beyond count or calculation. At that moment in came the Wazir Faris, and said to Asim, O my master, but now I was sitting alone at home, and absorbed in thought, pondering the matter of the pregnancy, and saying to myself, would I wot in this thing be true, and whether my wife Khatun have conceived or not, when behold, an eunuch came in to me, and brought me the glad tidings that his lady was indeed pregnant, for that her colour was changed, and the child stirred in her womb. Whereupon, in my joy, I doffed all the clothes I had on, and gave them to him, together with 1,000 dinars, and made him chief of the eunuchs. Rejoined the king, O minister, Allah, extolled and exalted be he, hath of his grace and bounty and goodness and beneficence made gift to us of the true faith, and brought us out of the night into light, and hath been bountiful to us of his favour and benevolence, wherefore I am minded to solace the folk, and cause them to rejoice. Quoth Faris, do what thou wilt. And quoth the king, O Wazir, go down without stay or delay, and set free all who are in the prisons, both criminals and debtors, and whoso transgresseth after this we will requite as he deserveth, even to the striking off of his head. Moreover, we forgive the people 3 years' taxes, and do thou set up kitchens all around about the city walls, and bid the kitcheners hang over the fire all kinds of cooking pots, and cook all manner of meats, continuing their cooking night and day, and let all comers, both of our citizens and of the neighboring countries, far and near, eat and drink and carry to their houses. And do thou command the people to make holiday, and decorate the city 7 days, and shut not the taverns, night nor day, and if thou delay, I will behead thee. So he did as the king bade him, and the folk decorated the city and citadel and bulwarks after the goodliest fashion, and, donning their richest attire, passed their time in feasting and sporting and making merry, till the days of the queen's pregnancy were accomplished, and she was taken one night with labour pains hard before dawn. Then the king bade summon all the ulema and astronomers, mathematicians and men of learning, astrologers, scientists, and scribes in the city, and they assembled and sat awaiting to the throwing of a bead into the cup, which was to be the signal to the astrophiles, as well as to the nurses and attendants, that the child was born. Presently, as they sat in expectation, the queen gave birth to a boy, like a slice of the moon when fullest, and the astrologers fell to calculating, and noted his star and nativity, and drew his horoscope. Then, on being summoned, they rose, and kissing the earth before the king, gave him the glad tidings, saying, In very sooth, the newborn child is of happy augury, and born under an auspicious aspect. But, they added, in the first of his life there will befall him a thing which we fear to name before the king. Quoth Asim, Speak and fear not. So quoth they, O king, this boy will fare forth from this land and journey in strangerhood, and suffer shipwreck, and hardship, and imprisonment, and distress. And indeed he hath before him the sorest of sufferings. But he shall free him of them in the end, and win to his wish, and live the happiest of lives the rest of his days, ruling over subjects with a strong hand, and having dominion in the land despite enemies and enviers. Now when the king heard the astrologer's words, he said, The matter is a mystery, but all that Allah Almighty hath written for the creature of good and bad cometh to pass, and needs must betide him from this day to that 1,000 solaces. So he paid no heed to their words or attention to their speeches, but bestowed on them robes of honor, as well upon all who were present, and dismissed them. When, behold, in came Faris the Wazir, and kissed the earth before the king in huge joy, saying, Good tidings, O king, my wife hath but now given birth to a son, as he were a slice of the moon. Replied Asim, O Wazir, go, bring thy wife and child hither, that she may abide with my wife in my palace, and they shall bring up the 2 boys together. So Faris fetched his wife and son, and they committed the 2 children to the nurses, wet and dry. And after 7 days had passed over them, they brought them before the king, and said to him, What wilt thou name the twain? Quoth he, Do ye name them? But quoth they, None nameth the son save his sire. So he said, Name my son Saif al-Muluk, after my grandfather, and the minister's son Said. Then he bestowed robes of honor on the nurses, wet and dry, and said to them, Be ye ruthful over them, and rear them after the goodliest fashion. So they brought up the 2 boys diligently until they reached the age of 5, when the king committed them to a doctor of sciences, who taught them to read the Koran and write. When they were 10 years old, King Asim gave them in charge to masters, who instructed them in cavalarice, and shooting with shafts, and lunging with lance, and play of polo, and the like, till, by the time they were 15 years old, they were clever in all manner of martial exercises. Nor was there one to view with them in horsemanship, for each of them would do battle with 1,000 men, and make head against them single-handed. So when they came to years of discretion, when King Asim looked upon them, he joyed in them with exceeding joy. And when they attained their 25th year, he took Faris his minister apart one day, and said to him, O Wazir, I am minded to consult with thee concerning a thing I desire to do. Replied he, Whatever thou hast a mind to do, do it, for thy judgment is blessed. Quoth the king, O Wazir, I am become a very old and decrepit man, sore stricken in years, and I desire to take up my abode in an oratory, that I may worship Allah Almighty, and give my kingdom and sultanate to my son, Saif al-Muluk, for that he is grown a goodly youth, perfect in knightly exercises and intellectual attainments, polite letters, and gravity, dignity, and the art of government. What sayest thou, O minister of this project? And quoth the counsellor, Right indeed is thy rede. The idea is blessed and fortunate, and if thou do this, I will do the like, and my son Said shall be the prince's wazir, for he is a comely young man, and complete in knowledge and judgment. Thus will the 2 youths be together, and we will order their affair, and neglect not their case, but guide them to goodness, and in the way that is straight. Quoth the king, Write letters, and send them by couriers to all the countries and cities and sconces and fortresses that be under our hands, bidding their chiefs be present on such a day at the horse course of the elephant. So the wazir went out without stay or delay, and dispatched letters of this purport to all the deputies and governors of fortresses and others under King Asim. And he commanded also that all in the city should be present, far and near, high and low. When the appointed time drew nigh, King Asim bade the tent pitchers plant pavilions in the midst of the Champ de Mars, and decorate them after the most sumptuous fashion, and set up the great throne whereon he sat not but on festivals. And they at once did his bidding. Then he and all his nabobs and chamberlains and emirs sallied forth, and he commanded proclamation be made to the people, saying, In the name of Allah, come forth to the Maidan. So all the emirs and wazirs and governors of provinces and feudatories came forth to the place of assembly, and, entering the royal pavilion, addressed themselves to the service of the king, as was their wont, and abode in their several stations, some sitting and others standing, till all the people were gathered together, when the king bade spread the tables, and they ate and drank and prayed for him. Then he commanded the chamberlains to proclaim to the people that they should not depart. So they made proclamation to them, saying, Let none of you fare hence till he have heard the king's words. So they withdrew the curtains of the royal pavilion, and the king said, Whoso loveth me, let him remain till he have heard my speech. Whereupon all the folk sat down in mind tranquil, after they had been fearful, saying, Wherefore have we been summoned by the king? Then the sovereign rose to his feet, and making them swear that none would stir from his stead, said to them, O ye emirs and wazirs and the lords of the land, the great and the small of you, and all ye who are present of the people, say me, wot ye not, that this kingdom was an inheritance to me from my father and forefathers? Answered they, Yes, O king, we all know that. And he continued, I and you, we all worship the sun and moon, till Allah, extolled and exalted be he, vouchsafed us the knowledge of the true faith, and brought us out of darkness into light, and directed us to the religion of Al-Islam. Know that I have become a very old man, feeble and decrepit, and I desire to take up my abode in a hermitage, there to worship Allah Almighty, and crave his pardon for past offenses, and make this my son Saif al-Muluk ruler. Ye know full well that he is a comely youth, eloquent, liberal, learned, versed in affairs, intelligent, equitable, wherefore I am minded presently to resign to him my realm, and to make him ruler over you, and seat him as sultan in my stead, whilst I give myself to solitude and to the worship of Allah in an oratory, and my son and heir shall judge between you. What ye say then, all of you? Thereupon they all rose, and kissing ground before him, made answer with, Hearing and obedience, saying, O our king and our defender, and thou shouldst set over us one of thy blackamoor slaves, we would obey him and hearken to thy word, and accept thy command. How much more then with thy son, Saif al-Muluk? Indeed, we accept of him and approve him on our eyes and heads. So King Asim bin Safwan arose and came down from his seat, and seating his son on the great throne, took the crown from his own head, and set it on the head of Saif al-Muluk, and girt his middle with the royal girdle. Then he sat down beside his son on the throne of his kingship, whilst the emirs and wazirs and lords of the land, and all the rest of the folk, rose and kissed ground before him, saying, Indeed, he is worthy of the kingship, and hath better right to it than any other. Then the chamberlains made proclamation, crying, Aman, Aman, safety, safety, and offered up prayers for his victory and prosperity. And Saif al-Muluk scattered gold and silver on the heads of the lieges, one and all, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 762nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Asim seated his son Saif al-Muluk upon the throne, and all the people prayed for his victory and prosperity, the youth scattered gold and silver on the heads of the lieges, one and all, and conferred robes of honor and gave gifts in largesse. Then, after a moment, the Wazir Faris arose, and kissing ground said, O emirs, O grandees, ye ken that I am wazir, and that my wazirate dateth from old, before the ascension of King Asim bin Safwan, who hath now divested himself of the kingship, and made his son king in his stead. Answered they, Yes, we know that thy wazirate is from sire after grandsire. He continued, And now in my turn I divest myself of office, and invest this my son Said, for he is intelligent, quick-witted, sagacious. What say ye all? And they replied, None is worthy to be wazir to King Saif al-Muluk but thy son Said, and they benefit each other. With this Faris arose, and taking off his wazirial turban, set it on his son's head, and eke laid his incase of office before him, whilst the chamberlains and the emirs said, Indeed, he is deserving of the wazirship. And the heralds cried aloud, Mubarak, Mubarak, Felix sit et Faustus. After this, King Asim and Faris the minister arose, and opening the royal treasuries, conferred magnificent robes of honor on all the viceroys, and emirs, and wazirs, and lords of the land, and other folk, and gave salaries and benefactions, and wrote them new mandates and diplomas with the signatures of King Saif al-Muluk and his wazir Said. Moreover, he made distribution of money to the men-at-arms, and gave guerdons, and the provincials abode in the city a full week ere they departed each to his own country and place. Then King Asim carried his son and his wazir Said back to the palace, which was in the city, and bade the treasurer bring the seal ring and signet, sword and wrapper, which being done, he said to the two young men, O my sons, come hither, and let each of you choose 2 of these things, and take them. The first to make choice was Saif al-Muluk, who put out his hand and took the ring and the wrapper, while Said took the sword and the signet, after which they both kissed the king's hands and went away to their lodging. Now Saif al-Muluk opened not the wrapper to see what was therein, but threw it on the couch where he and Said slept by night, for it was their habit to lie together. Presently they spread them the bed, and the 2 lay down with a pair of wax candles burning over them, and slept till midnight. When Saif al-Muluk awoke, and seeing the bundle at his head, said in his mind, I wonder what thing of price is in this wrapper my father gave me. So he took it together with a candle, and descended from the couch, leaving Said sleeping, and carried the bundle into a closet, where he opened it, and found within a tunic of the fabric of the Jann. He spread it out, and saw on the lining of the back the portraiture wrought in gold of a girl, and marvelous was her loveliness. And no sooner had he set eyes on the figure than his reason fled his head, and he became jinn-mad for love thereof, so that he fell down in a swoon, and presently recovering, began to weep and lament, beating his face and breast, and kissing her. Then he recited these verses. Love at the first is a spurt of spray, which doom disposes and fates display, till when deep diveth youth in passion's sea, unbearable sorrows his soul waylay. And also these 2 couplets. Had I known of love in what fashion he robbeth heart and soul, I had guarded me, but of malice prepense I threw self away, unwitting of love what his nature be. And Saif al-Muluk ceased not to weep and wail and beat face and breast, till Said awoke, and missing him from the bed, and seeing but a single candle, said to himself, Whither is Saif al-Muluk gone? Then he took the other candle, and went round about the palace, till he came upon the closet, where he saw the prince lying at full length, weeping with sore weeping and lamenting aloud. So he said to him, O my brother, for what cause are these tears, and what hath befallen thee? Speak to me, and tell me the reason thereof. But Saif al-Muluk spoke not, neither raised his head, and continued to weep, and wail, and beat hand on breast. Seeing him in this case, quoth Said, I am thy wazir and thy brother, and we were reared together, I and thou. So, and thou do not unburden thy breast, and discover thy secret to me, to whom shalt thou reveal it, and disclose its cause? And he went on to humble himself, and kissed the ground before him a full hour, whilst Saif al-Muluk paid no heed to him, nor answered him a word, but gave not over to weeping. At last, being affrighted at his case, and weary of striving with him, he went out and fetched a sword, with which he returned to the closet, and setting the point to his own breast, said to the prince, Rouse thee, O my brother, and thou tell me not what aileth thee. I will slay myself, and see thee no longer in this case. Whereupon Saif al-Muluk raised his head towards the wazir, and answered him, O my brother, I am ashamed to tell thee what hath betided me. But Said said, I conjure thee by Allah, Lord of lords, liberator of necks, causer of causes, the one, the ruthful, the giftful, the bountiful, that thou tell me what aileth thee, and be not abashed at me, for I am thy slave and thy minister and counselor in all thine affairs. Quoth Saif al-Muluk, Come and look at this likeness. So Said looked at it a while, and considering it straightly, behold, he saw written as a crown over its head in letters of pearl these words, This is the counterfeit presentment of Badial Jamal, daughter of Shahryar bin Shahrukh, a king of the kings of the true-believing Jann, who have taken up their abode in the city of Babel, and sojourn in the garden of Iram, son of Ad the Greater. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 43. When it was the 763rd night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Said, son of the Wazir Faraz, had read to Saif al-Muluk, son of King Asim, the writ on the tunic which showed the portraiture of Badi'a al-Jamal, daughter of Shayal bin Shahrukh, a king of the kings of the Moslem jinns, dwelling in Babel city, and in the garden of Iram, son of Ad the Greater, he cried, O my brother, knowest thou of what woman this is the presentment, that we may seek for her? Saif al-Muluk replied, No, by Allah, O my brother, I know her not. And Said rejoined, Come, read this writing on the crown. So Saif al-Muluk read it, and cried out from his heart's core and very vitals, saying, Alas, alas, alas! Quoth Said, O my brother, an original of the portrait exists, and her name be Badi'a al-Jamal, and she abide in the world. I will hasten to seek her, that thou mayest win thy will without delay. But, Allah upon thee, O my brother, leave this weeping and ascend thy throne, that the officers of the state may come in to do their service to thee, and in the undurn do thou summon the merchants and fakirs and travelers and pilgrims and paupers, and ask of them concerning this city and the garden of Iram. Haply by the help and blessing of Allah, extolled and exalted be He, some one of them shall direct us thither. So when it was day, Saif al-Muluk went forth and mounted the throne, clasping the tunic in his arms, for he could neither stand nor sit without it, nor would sleep visit him, save it were with him. And the emirs and wazirs and lords and officers came in to him. When the divan was complete, all being assembled in their places, he said to his minister, Go forth to them and tell them that the king hath been suddenly struck by sickness, and he, by Allah, hath passed the night in ill case. So Said fared forth and told the folk what he said, which when old King Asim heard, he was concerned for his son, and summoning the physicians and astrologers, carried them into Saif al-Muluk. They looked at him and prescribed him tisanes and diet drinks, simples, and medicinal waters, and wrote him caracks and incensed him with nod and aloes wood and ambergris 3 days' space. But his malady persisted 3 months, till King Asim was wroth with the leeches, and said to them, Woe to you, O dogs! What? Are all of you impotent to cure my son? Except ye heal him forthright, I will put the whole of you to death. The archiater replied, O King of the age, in very sooth we know that this is thy son, and thou wottest that we fail not of diligence in tending a stranger, so how much more with medicining thy son? But thy son is afflicted with a malady hard to heal, which, if thou desire to know, we will discover it to thee. Quoth Asim, What then find ye to be the malady of my son? And quoth the leech, O King of the age, thy son is in love, and he loveth one to whose enjoyment he hath no way of access. At this the king was wroth, and asked, How know ye that my son is in love, and how came love to him? They answered, Inquire of his wazir and brother Said, for he knoweth his case. The king rose and repaired to his private closet, and summoning Said, said to him, Tell me the truth of thy brother's malady. But Said replied, I know it not. So King Asim said to the sworder, Take Said and bind his eyes and strike his neck. Whereupon Said feared for himself and cried, O King of the age, grant me immunity. Replied the king, Speak, and thou shalt have it. Thy son is in love. With whom is he in love? With the king's daughter of the Jann. And where could he have spied a daughter of the jinns? Her portrait is wrought on the tunic that was in the bundle given thee by Solomon, prophet of Allah. When the king heard this, he arose, and going in to Sayf al-Muluk, said to him, O my son, what hath afflicted thee? What is this portrait whereof thou art enamored? And why didst thou not tell me? He replied, O my sire, I was ashamed to name this to thee, and could not bring myself to discover aught thereof to any one at all. But now thou knowest my case. Look how thou mayest do to cure me. Rejoined his father, What is to be done? Were this one of the daughters of men, we might devise a device for coming at her. But she is a king's daughter of the jinns, and who can woo and win her, save it be Solomon Davidson, and hardly he. However, O my son, do thou arise forthright, and hearten thy heart, and take horse, and ride out a hunting, or to weapon play in the Maidan. Divert thyself with eating and drinking, and put away cark and care from thy heart, and I will bring thee 100 maids of the daughters of kings, for thou hast no need to the daughters of the Jann, over whom we lack control, and of kind other than ours. But he said, I cannot renounce her, nor will I seek other than her. As King Asim, how then shall we do, O my son? And Sayf al-Muluk answered, Bring us all the merchants and travelers and wanderers in the city, that we may question them thereof. Peradventure Allah will lead us to the city of Babel and to the garden of Iram. So King Asim bade summon all the merchants in the city, and strangers and sea captains, and as each came, inquired of him anent the city of Babel and its peninsula, and the garden of Iram. But none of them knew these places, nor could any give him tidings thereof. However, when the seance broke up, one of them said, O king of the age, and thou be minded to ken this thing, up and hie thee to the land of China, for it hath a vast city and a safe, wherein are store of rarities and things of price, and folk of all kinds, and thou shalt not come to the knowledge of this city and garden, but from its folk. It may be one of them will direct thee to that thou seekest. Whereupon, quoth Sayf al-Muluk, O my sire, equip me a ship that I may fare to the China land, and do thou rule the reign in my stead. Replied the old king, O my son, abide thou on the throne of thy kingship, and govern thy commons, and I myself will make the voyage to China, and ask for thee of the city of Babel and the garden of Iram. But Sayf al-Muluk rejoined, O my sire, in very sooth this affair concerneth me, and none can search after it like myself. So, come what will, and thou give me leave to make the voyage, I will depart and wander a while. If I find trace or tidings of her, my wish will be won, and if not, belike the voyage will broaden my breast and recruit my courage. And haply by foreign travel my case will be made easy to me, and if I live, I shall return to thee safe and sound. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 764th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sayf al-Muluk said to his sire King Asim, Equip me a ship that I may fare therein to the China land, and search for the object of my desire. If I live, I shall return to thee safe and sound. The old king looked at his son, and saw nothing for it but to do what he desired. So he gave him the leave he wanted, and fitted him 40 ships, manned with 20,000 armed Mamelukes, besides servants, and presented him with great plenty of money and necessaries, and warlike gear, as much as he required. When the ships were laden with water and victual, weapons and troops, Sayf al-Muluk's father and mother farewelled him, and King Asim said, Depart, O my son, and travel in weal and health and safety. I commend thee to him with whom deposits are not lost. So the prince bade adieu to his parents, and embarked with his brother Said, and they weighed anchor, and sailed till they came to the city of China. When the Chinamen heard of the coming of 40 ships, full of armed men and stores, weapons, and hoards, they made sure that these were enemies come to battle with them and siege them. So they bolted the gates of the town and made ready the mangonels. But Sayf al-Muluk, hearing of this, sent 2 of his chief Mamelukes to the king of China, bidding them say to him, "This is Saif al-Muluk, son of King Asim of Egypt, who has come to thy city as a guest, to divert himself by viewing thy country a while, and not for conquest or contention. Wherefore, an thou wilt receive him, he will come ashore to thee, and if not, he will return and will not disquiet thee, nor the people of thy capital." They presented themselves at the city gates and said, "We are messengers from King Saif al-Muluk." Whereupon the townsfolk opened the gates and carried them to their king, whose name was Fagfur Shah, and between whom and King Asim there had erst been acquaintance. So when he heard that the newcomer prince was the son of King Asim, he bestowed robes of honor on the messengers, and, bidding open the gates, made ready guest gifts, and went forth in person with the chief officers of his realm to meet Saif al-Muluk, and the 2 kings embraced. Then Fagfur said to his guest, "Welcome and welcome, and fair cheer to him who cometh to us. I am thy slave and the slave of thy sire. My city is between thy hands to command, and whatso thou seekest shall be brought before thee." Then he presented him with the guest gifts and victual for the folk at their stations, and they took horse with the Wazir Said and the chiefs of their officers and the rest of their troops, and rode from the seashore to the city, which they entered with cymbals clashing and drums beating in token of rejoicing. There they abode in the enjoyment of fair entertainment for 40 days, at the end of which quoth the king of China to Saif al-Muluk, "O son of my brother, how is thy case? Doth my country please thee?" And quoth Saif al-Muluk, "May Allah Almighty long honor it with thee, O king." Said Fagfur, "Naught hath brought thee hither save some need which hath occurred to thee, and whatso thou desirest of my country, I will accomplish it to thee." Replied Saif al-Muluk, "O king, my case is a wondrous," and told him how he had fallen in love with the portrait of Badi al-Jamal, then wept bitter tears. When the king of China heard his story, he wept for pity and solicitude for him, and cried, "And what wouldst thou have now, O Saif al-Muluk?" And he rejoined, "I would have thee bring me all the wanderers and travellers, the seafarers and sea captains, that I may question them of the original of this portrait. Perhaps one of them may give me tidings of her." So Fagfur Shah set out his nabobs and chamberlains and bodyguards to fetch all the wanderers and travellers in the land, and they brought them before the 2 kings, and they were a numerous company. Then Saif al-Muluk questioned them of the city of Babel and the garden of Iram, but none of them returned him a reply, whereupon he was bewildered and wist not what to do. But one of the sea captains said to him, "O auspicious king, and thou wouldst know of this city and that garden, up and hie thee to the islands of the Indian realm." Thereupon Saif al-Muluk bade bring the ships, which being done, they freighted them with vivers and water, and all that they needed, and the prince and his wazir re-embarked with all their men, after they had farewelled King Fagfur Shah. They sailed the seas 4 months with a fair wind, in safety and satisfaction, till it chanced that one day of the days there came upon them a wind, and the billows buffeted them from all quarters. The rain and hail descended on them, and during 20 days the sea was troubled for the violence of the wind, wherefore the ships drave one against other and brake up, as did the carracks, and all on board were drowned, except Saif al-Muluk and some of his servants, who saved themselves in a little cockboat. Then the wind fell by the decree of Allah Almighty, and the sun shone out, whereupon Saif al-Muluk opened his eyes, and seeing no sign of the ships, nor aught but sky and sea, said to the Mamelukes who were with him, "Where are the carracks and cockboats, and where is my brother Said?" They replied, "O king of the age, there remain nor ships, nor boats, nor those who were therein, for they are all drowned and become food for fishes." Now when he heard this, he cried aloud, and repeated the saying which whoso saith shall not be confounded, and it is, There is no majesty and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Then he fell to buffeting his face, and would have cast himself into the sea, but his Mamelukes withheld him, saying, O king, what will this profit thee? Thou hast brought all this on thyself, for, hadst thou hearkened to thy father's words, naught thereof had betided thee. But this was written from all eternity by the will of the Creator of souls. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 765th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Saif al-Muluk would have cast himself into the main, his Mamelukes withheld him, saying, What will this profit thee? Thou hast done this deed by thyself, yet was it written from all eternity by the will of the Creator of souls, that the creature might accomplish that which Allah hath decreed unto him. And indeed, at the time of thy birth, the astrologers assured thy sire that all manner trouble should befall thee. So there is naught for it but patience, till Allah deliver us from this our strait. Replied the prince, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Neither is there refuge nor fleeing from that which he decreeth. And he sighed and recited these couplets. By the compassionate, I'm dazed about my case, for lo, troubles and griefs beset me sore, I know not whence they grow. I will be patient, so the folk that I against a thing, bitterer than very aloe's self, endured have may know. Less bitter than my patience is the taste of aloe's juice, I've borne with patience what's more hot than coals with fire aglow. In this my trouble what resource have I, save to commit my case to him, who orders all that is, for weal or woe. Then he became drowned in the depth of thoughts, and his tears ran down upon his cheeks like torrent rain. And he slept a while of the day, after which he awoke and sought of food somewhat. So they set meat before him, and he ate his sufficiency, till they removed the food from before him. Whilst the boat drove on with them, they knew not whither it was wandering. It drifted with them at the will of the winds and the waves, night and day a great while, till their victual was spent, and they saw themselves shent, and were reduced to extreme hunger and thirst and exhaustion, when behold, suddenly they sighted an island from afar, and the breezes wafted them on till they came thither. Then, making the cockboat fast to the coast, and leaving one therein to guard it, they fared on into the island, where they found abundance of fruits of all colours, and ate of them till they were satisfied. Presently they saw a person sitting among those trees, and he was long-faced, of strange favour, and white of beard and body. He called to one of the Mamelukes by his name, saying, Eat not of these fruits, for they are unripe, but come hither to me, that I may give thee to eat of the best and the ripest. The slave looked at him, and thought that he was one of the shipwrecked, who had made his way to that island. So he joyed with exceeding joy at the sight of him, and went close up to him, knowing not what was decreed to him in the secret purpose, nor what was writ upon his brow. But when he drew near, the stranger in human shape leapt upon him, for he was a Marid, and riding upon his shoulder blades, and twisting one of his legs about his neck, let the other hang down upon his back, saying, Walk on, fellow, for there is no escape for thee from me, and thou art become mine ass. Thereupon the Mameluke fell a-weeping, and cried out to his comrades, Alas, my lord, flee ye forth of this wood, and save yourselves, for one of the dwellers therein hath mounted on my shoulders, and the rest seek you, desiring to ride you like me. When they heard these words, they all fled down to the boat, and pushed off to sea, whilst the islanders followed them into the water, saying, Whither wend ye? Come tarry with us, and we will mount on your backs, and give you meat and drink, and you shall be our donkeys. Hearing this, they hastened the more seawards, till they left them in the distance, and fared on, trusting in Allah Almighty. Nor did they leave faring for a month, till another island rose before them, and thereon they landed. Here they found fruits of various kinds, and busied themselves with eating of them, when behold, they saw from afar, somewhat lying in the road, a hideous creature, as it were a column of silver. So they went up to it, and one of the men gave it a kick, when lo, it was a thing of human semblance, long of eyes and cloven of head, and hidden under one of his ears. For he was wont, whenas he lay down to sleep, to spread one ear under his head, and cover his face with the other ear. He snatched up the Mameluke who had kicked him, and carried him off into the middle of the island, and behold, it was all full of ghouls who eat the sons of Adam. The man cried out to his fellows, Save yourselves, for this is the island of the man-eating ghouls, and they mean to tear me to bits and devour me. When they heard these words, they fled back to the boat, without gathering any store of the fruits, and putting out to sea, fared on some days, till it so happened that they came to another island, where they found a high mountain. So they climbed to the top, and there saw a thick copse. Now they were sore and hungered, so they took to eating of the fruits. But before they were aware, there came upon them from among the trees black men of terrible aspect, each 50 cubits high, with eye-teeth protruding from their mouths like elephants' tusks, and laying hands on Saif al-Muluk and his company, carried them to their king, whom they found seated on a piece of black felt laid on a rock, and about him a great company of Zanzibar blacks, standing in his service. The blackamoors who had captured the prince and his Mamelukes set them before the king, and said to him, We found these birds among the trees. And the king was sharp set, so he took 2 of the servants, and cut their throats, and ate them. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 43.
Section 44 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 44. When it was the 766th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Zanzibar blacks took Saif al-Muluk and his Mamelukes and set them before the king, saying, O king, we came upon these birds among the trees. Thereupon the king seized 2 of the Mamelukes and cut their throats and ate them, which, when Saif al-Muluk saw, he feared for himself and wept and repeated these verses. Familiar with my heart are woes, and with them I, who shun them, for familiar are great hearts and high. The woes I suffer are not all of single kind. I have, thank Allah, varied thousands to abide. Then he sighed and repeated these also. The world hath shot me with its sorrows till my heart is covered with shafts galore. And now, when strike me other shafts must break, against the old points, the points that latest pour. When the king heard his weeping and wailing, he said, Verily, these birds have sweet voices, and their song pleaseth me. Put them in cages. So they set them each in his own cage, and hung them up at the king's head, that he might listen to their warbling. On this wise Saif al-Muluk and his Mamelukes abode, and the blackamoors gave them to eat and drink. And now they wept and now laughed, now spake and now were hushed, whilst the king of the blacks delighted in the sound of their voices, and so they continued for a long time. Now this king had a daughter married in another island, who, hearing that her father had birds with sweet voices, sent a messenger to him, seeking of him some of them. So he sent her by her Qasid, Saif al-Muluk, and 3 of his men in 4 cages. And when she saw them, they pleased her, and she bade hang them up in a place over her head. The prince fell to marveling at that which had befallen him, and calling to mind his former high and honorable estate, and weeping for himself, and the 3 servants wept for themselves, and the king's daughter deemed that they sang. Now it was her wont, whenever any one from the land of Egypt or elsewhere fell into her hands, and he pleased her, to advance him to great favor with her. And by the decree of Allah Almighty it befell that, when she saw Sayf al-Muluk, she was charmed by his beauty and loveliness and symmetry and perfect grace, and she commanded to entreat him and his companions with honor, and to loose them from their cages. Now one day she took the prince apart, and would have him enjoy her, but he refused, saying, O my lady, I am a banished wight, and with passion for a beloved one in piteous plight, nor with other will I consent to love delight. Then she coaxed him and importuned him, but he held aloof from her, and she could not approach him, nor get her desire of him by any ways and means. At last, when she was weary of courting him in vain, she waxed wroth with him and his Mamelukes, and commanded that they should serve her, and fetch her wood and water. In such condition they abode 4 years, till Sayf al-Muluk became weary of his life, and sent to intercede with the princess, so haply she might release them, and let them win their ways, and be at rest from that their hard labor. So she sent for him, and said to him, If thou wilt do my desire, I will free thee from this thy durance vile, and thou shalt go to thy country safe and sound. And she wept, and ceased not to humble herself to him, and wheedle him, but he would not hearken to her words. Whereupon she turned from him in anger, and he and his companions abode on the island in the same plight. The islanders knew them for the princess's birds, and durst not work them any wrong, and her heart was at ease concerning them, being assured that they could not escape from the island. So they used to absent themselves from her 2 and 3 days at a time, and go round about the desert parts in all directions, gathering firewood, which they brought to the princess's kitchen, and thus they abode 5 years. Now one day it so chanced that the prince and his men were sitting on the seashore, devising of what had befallen, and Sayf al-Muluk, seeing himself and his men in such case, bethought him of his mother and father and his brother Sa'id, and calling to mind what high degree he had been in, fell a weeping and lamenting passing sore, whilst his slaves wept likewise. Then said they to him, O King of the age, how long shall we weep? Weeping availeth not, for this thing was written on our brows by the ordinance of Allah, to whom belong might and majesty. Indeed, the pen runneth with that he decreeth, and naught will serve us but patience. Haply Allah, extolled and exalted be He, who hath saddened us shall gladden us. Quoth he, O my brothers, how shall we win free from this accursed woman? I see no way of escape for us, save Allah of His grace deliver us from her. But methinks we may flee and be at rest from this hard labor. And quoth they, O King of the age, whither shall we flee? For the whole island is full of ghouls, which devour the sons of Adam. And whithersoever we go, they will find us there, and either eat us or capture and carry us back to that accursed, the king's daughter, who will be wroth with us. Sayf al-Muluk rejoined, I will contrive you somewhat, whereby peradventure Allah Almighty shall deliver us, and help us to escape from this island. They asked, And how wilt thou do? And he answered, Let us cut some of these long pieces of wood, and twist ropes of their bark, and bind them one with another, and make of them a raft, which we will launch, and load with these fruits. Then we will fashion us paddles, and embark on the raft, after breaking our bonds with the axe. It may be that Almighty Allah will make it the means of our deliverance from this accursed woman, and vouchsafe us a fair wind to bring us to the land of Hind, for He over all things is Almighty. Said they, Right is thy rede, and rejoiced thereat with exceeding joy. So they arose without stay or delay, and cut with their axes wood for the raft, and twisted ropes to bind the logs, and at this they worked a whole month. Every day about evening they gathered somewhat of fuel, and bore it to the princess's kitchen, and employed the rest of the 24 hours working at the raft. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 767th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Saif al-Muluk and his Mamelukes, having cut the wood and twisted the ropes for their raft, made an end of it and launched it upon the sea. Then, after breaking their bonds with the axe and loading the craft with fruits plucked from the island trees, they embarked at close of day, nor did any wot of their intent. They put out to sea in their raft and paddled on 4 months, knowing not whither the craft carried them, till their provant failed them, and they were suffering the severest extreme of hunger and thirst, when, behold, the sea waxed troubled and foamed and rose in high waves, and there came forth upon them a frightful crocodile, which put out its claws, and catching up one of the Mamelukes, swallowed him. At the sight of this horror, Saif al-Muluk wept bitterly, and he and the 2 men that remained to him pushed off from the place where they had seen the crocodile, sore affrighted. After this they continued drifting on, till one day they espied a mountain, terrible tall and spiring high in air, whereat they rejoiced, when presently an island appeared. They made towards it with all their might, congratulating one another on the prospect of making land. But hardly had they sighted the island on which was the mountain, when the sea changed face and boiled and rose in big waves, and a second crocodile raised its head, and putting out its claw, caught up the 2 remaining Mamelukes and swallowed them. So Saif al-Muluk abode alone, and making his way to the island, toiled till he reached the mountain top, where he looked about and found a copse, and walking among the trees fell to eating of the fruits. Presently he saw among the branches more than 20 great apes, each bigger than a he-mule, whereat he was seized with exceeding fear. The apes came down and surrounded him, then forewent him, signing to him to follow them, and walked on, and he too, till he came to a castle, tall of base and strong of build, whose ordinance was 1 brick of gold and 1 of silver. The apes entered, and he after them, and he saw in the castle all manner of rarities, jewels, and precious metals, such as tongue faileth to describe. Here also he found a young man, passing tall of stature, with no hair on his cheeks, and Saif al-Muluk was cheered by the sight, for there was no human being but he in the castle. The stranger marveled exceedingly at sight of the prince, and asked him, What is thy name, and of what land art thou, and how camest thou hither? Tell me thy tale, and hide from me naught thereof. Answered the prince, By Allah, I came not hither of my own consent, nor is this place of my intent. Yet I cannot but go from place to place till I win my wish. Quoth the youth, And what is thy object? And quoth the other, I am of the land of Egypt, and my name is Saif al-Muluk, son of King Asim bin Safwan, and told him all that had passed with him from first to last. Whereupon the youth arose and stood in his service, saying, O King of the age, I was erst in Egypt, and heard that thou hadst gone to the land of China. But where is this land, and where lies China land? Verily, this is a wondrous thing and marvelous matter. Answered the prince, Sooth thou speakest, but when I left China land, I set out, intending for the land of Hind, and a stormy wind arose, and the sea boiled and broke all my ships. Brief he told him all that had befallen him till he came thither. Whereupon quoth the other, O king's son, thou hast had enough of strangerhood and its sufferings. Alhamdulillah, praise be Allah, who hath brought thee hither. So now do thou abide with me, that I may enjoy thy company till I die, when thou shalt become king over this land, to which no bound is known. And these apes thou seest are indeed skilled in all manner of crafts, and whatso thou seekest here shalt thou find. Replied Saif al-Muluk, O my brother, I may not tarry in any place till my wish be won. albeit I compass the whole world in pursuit thereof, and make quest of every one, so peradventure Allah may bring me to my desire, or my course lead me to the place wherein is the appointed term of my days, and I shall die my death." Then the youth turned with a sign to one of the apes, and he went out and was absent a while, after which he returned with other apes girt with silken zones. They brought the trays and set on near 100 chargers of gold and saucers of silver, containing all manner of meats. Then they stood after the manner of servants between the hands of kings, till the youth signalled to the chamberlains, who sat down, and he whose wont it was to serve stood, whilst the two princes ate their sufficiency. Then the apes cleared the table, and brought basins and ewers of gold, and they washed their hands in rose water, after which they set on fine sugar, and nigh 40 flagons, in each a different kind of wine. And they drank and took their pleasure, and made merry, and had a fine time. And all the apes danced and gambolled before them, what while the eaters sat at meat, which when Sayf al-Muluk saw, he marvelled at them, and forgot that which had befallen him of sufferings. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 768th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sayf al-Muluk saw the gestures and gambols of the apes, he marvelled thereat, and forgot that which had betided him of strangerhood and its sufferings. At nightfall they lighted waxen candles and candlesticks of gold studded with gems, and set on dishes of confections and fruits of sugar candy. So they ate, and when the hour of rest was come, the apes spread them bedding, and they slept. And when morning morrowed, the young man arose, as was his wont, before sunrise, and waking Sayf al-Muluk said to him, 'Put thy head forth of this lattice, and see what standeth beneath it.' So he put out his head, and saw the wide waste, and all the wood filled with apes, whose number none knew save Allah Almighty. Quoth he, 'Here be great plenty of apes, for they cover the whole country. But why are they assembled at this hour?' Quoth the youth, 'This is their custom. Every Sabbath all the apes in the island come hither, some from 2 and 3 days' distance, and stand here till I awake from sleep, and put forth my head from this lattice, when they kiss ground before me, and go about their business.' So saying, he put his head out of the window, and when the apes saw him, they kissed the earth before him, and went their way. Sayf al-Muluk abode with the young man a whole month, when he farewelled him and departed, escorted by a party of nigh 100 apes, which the young man bade escort him. They journeyed with him 7 days, till they came to the limits of their islands, when they took leave of him and returned to their places, while Sayf al-Muluk fared on alone over mount and hill, desert and plain, 4 months' journey. One day a-hungered, and the next satiated, now eating of the herbs of the earth, and then of the fruits of the trees, till he repented him of the harm he had done himself by leaving the young man. And he was about to retrace his steps to him, when he saw something black afar off, and said to himself, 'Is this a city or trees? But I will not turn back till I see what it is.' So he made towards it, and when he drew near, he saw that it was a palace tall of base. Now he who built it was Japhet, son of Noah, on whom be peace. And it is of this palace that God the Most High speaketh in his precious book, whenas he saith, 'And an abandoned well, and a high-builded palace.' Sayf al-Muluk sat down at the gate, and said in his mind, 'Would I knew what is within yonder palace, and what king dwelleth there, and who shall acquaint me whether its folk are men or jinn, who will tell me the truth of the case.' He sat considering a while, but seeing none go in or come out, he rose, and committing himself to Allah Almighty, entered the palace, and walked on, till he had counted 7 vestibules, yet saw no one. Presently, looking to his right, he beheld 3 doors, while before him was a 4th, over which hung a curtain. So he went up to this, and raising the curtain, found himself in a great hall, spread with silken carpets. At the upper end rose a throne of gold, whereon sat a damsel, whose face was like the moon, arrayed in royal raiment, and beautified as she were a bride on the night of her displaying. And at the foot of the throne was a table of 40 trays, spread with golden and silvern dishes, full of dainty viands. The prince went up and saluted her, and she returned his salam, saying, "Art thou of mankind or of the jinn?" Replied he, "I am a man of the best of mankind, for I am a king, son of a king." She rejoined, "What seekest thou? Up with thee and eat of yonder food, and after tell me thy past from first to last, and how thou camest hither." So he sat down at the table, and removing the cover from a tray of meats, he being hungry, ate till he was full, then washed his right hand, and going up to the throne, sat down by the damsel, who asked him, "Who art thou, and what is thy name, and whence comest thou, and who brought thee hither?" He answered, "Indeed, my story is a long, but do thou first tell me who and what, and whence thou art, and why thou dwellest in this place alone." She rejoined, "My name is Daulat Khatun, and I am the daughter of the king of Hind. My father dwelleth in the capital city of Sarandib, and hath a great and goodly garden. There is no goodlier in all the land of Hind or its dependencies, and in this garden is a great tank. One day I went out into the garden with my slave women, and I stripped me naked, and they likewise, and entering the tank, fell to sporting and solacing ourselves therein. Presently, before I could beware, a something as it were a cloud swooped down on me, and snatching me up from amongst my handmaids, soared aloft with me betwixt heaven and earth, saying, 'Fear not, O Daulat Khatun, but be of good heart.' Then he flew on with me a little while, after which he set me down in this palace, and straightway, without stay or delay, became a handsome young man, daintily apparelled, who said to me, 'Now dost thou know me?' Replied I, 'No, O my lord.' And he said, 'I am the Blue King, sovereign of the Jinn. My father dwelleth in the castle Al-Khuzum Height, and hath under his hand 600,000 Jinn, flyers and divers. It chanced that while passing on my way I saw thee, and fell in love with thee for thy lovely form. So I swooped down on thee, and snatched thee up from among the slave girls, and brought thee to this the high-builded castle, which is my dwelling place. None may fare hither, be he man or be he jinni, and from Hind hither is a journey of 120 years. Wherefore do thou hold that thou wilt never again behold the land of thy father and thy mother. So abide with me here in contentment of heart and peace, and I will bring to thy hands whatso thou seekest." Then he embraced me and kissed me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 44. Recording by Pam Castile.